We're going to get going immediately. Thank you so much to our panelists, those of us here physically and those also online. And I'd like to thank you all for joining today's Civil Society Day on the sidelines of the High Level Political Forum. My name is Rajesh Merchandani. I'm a senior advisor here at the UN Foundation, and I'm going to be moderating today's event. But also on behalf of all my colleagues at the UN Foundation, welcome to you today. It's so great to see you all in person. I'm sure everyone feels that as well. Do you feel it's nice to be here in person? Thank you. And for those people watching online and joining us online, we are so grateful that you are able to join us online as well. And we hope to see you in person sometime in the not too distant future. I'd also like to thank our co-organizers of today, Action for Sustainable Development, Civicus, Global Call to Action Against Poverty, and Forus, and our co-sponsors, the governments of Denmark and the Republic of Costa Rica. I'm delighted to be facilitating our opening high-level panel today that's really designed to set the scene for the whole day's discussions and deliberations. You know, it's been a year since 327 civil society organizations and 52 UN member states came together to publish a set of shared recommendations to unmute civil society. Today is all about what's been achieved and learned in terms of improving civil society engagement at the UN and how that process for inclusion of more diverse voices can be strengthened even more. It's critical that it happens. So how do we do even better? We have a really distinguished group to kick us off, and it's my pleasure to introduce, and which I'll do briefly, His Excellency, Mr. Colin Vixen Kilapile, the President of ECOSOC and the Permanent Representative of Botswana to the United Nations. Right next to me, Her Excellency, Ms. Maritza Chan Valverde, the Chargé d'Affaires and Interim Permanent Representative of the Mission of Costa Rica to the United Nations, excuse me. Daisy Owomugaso from the Hunger Project in Uganda, here with us in the room. And then online, we can bring up our online guests. Albert, that will be great. We have Ulrike Moder, who's the UN Assistant Secretary General and Director of the Bureau of External Relations and Advocacy at UNDP. I don't know if we're able to see her, Albert.
I can hear you. Let's see if you can see me as well.
Great. Ulrike, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. And then also we have Kizito Bienkia, Director of Campaigns at the Open Society Foundations. And if we can bring him up as well, that will be great so everyone can see them. There he is. Great. Kizito, lovely to see you. I'm not sure, Albert, if it's possible to keep those two both up on the screen throughout. We can probably lose the slide if we need to as well. Great. Thank you all for being with us today. Just a quick note of housekeeping, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to silence or switch off your phones, just remember that when I heard someone's go off there. Luckily mine is silence. We're going to do a quick fire round to begin with. Panelists, it's going to be one question that's similar to all of you. And then we're going to open up to more of a discussion. And panelists, when we do open up to a discussion, don't wait to be asked to speak. Just jump right in. That's the beauty of a kind of conversational, informal panel as we're going to have today. And we'll also have time for questions and thoughts from the audience later on in the session. So panelists, to get us going, I'm going to start with one question, and I would appreciate it if you just give me 1 or 2 minutes, a very brief, high-level answer. We'll have time to dive deeper later in the panel. So starting with you, Mr. President of ECOSOC, Ambassador Kilapile, in your capacity as ECOSOC President, you know, you've presided over a year when these recommendations have been out there, they were published to unmute civil society. What do you think you've been able to do to make progress on some of these recommendations and engage civil society more in the UN process?
Moderator for this very important question. Right from the onset, July last year, when I assumed the presidency of ECOSOC, my inaugural statement, I was very clear that the work that we do as member states will not be complete if we did not involve all those who are affected by the issues that we are addressing, or at least have a view about them, including civil society, the youth, those with disabilities, and many other disadvantaged in our society. I followed up that with the demonstration in all the ECOSOC segments that we've organized throughout the year. The Partnership Forum, which was the first event in the calendar of ECOSOC in February, was organized and actually discharged with the active involvement of civil society. We, at my own discretion, decided to set up an advisory committee, a multi-stakeholder advisory committee, to advise me on the preparations of the Partnership Forum and the design and the execution of the forum. And I was happy at least that the major groups and other stakeholders took the lead in actually leading the spotlight events that formed that particular forum. And also the advantage of consulting stakeholders early enough is something that I thought is very important. In November last year, I started my engagement with the stakeholders, including alerting them that this year's HLPF, which was coming even now in July, I was telling them in November that I intend to organize it in person so that they can prepare already in anticipation based on the format that I was going to organize it. So there are so many other examples. As you said, I know we're going to delve into additional details, but I thought I should pick those two examples as a demonstration of how I've engaged civil society.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. Plenty more time to dive deep as well, so look forward to that. Ambassador Valverde from Costa Rica. Costa Rica was one of the main sponsors for the recommendations. How do you feel that Costa Rica has been able to help implement?
Thank you very much for that question. For us, this is a principal position, and it is embedded in our DNA. The problems that our society in Costa Rica is facing and the problems that all our societies are facing are so vast and so profound that cannot be alone by states. We need all hands on board, not only the hands of civil society, but also of the private sector. And we all need to work together to overcome the obstacles that our countries are facing. But the pandemic closed the doors of our homes, but also closed the doors to civil society. And in the UN is not the exception. But as the pandemic is succeeding, we'll see that those doors continue to be closed, not only in person, but also online. Civil society is crucial. You are there on the ground. Civil society are there in the case of small arms light weapons when they, taking care of victims, helping them communities overcome post-conflict settings, in peace building efforts, overcoming or helping women become agents of change. So we strongly, deeply, and we are convinced that without your help, we will not be able to solve the problems and the riddles that we are in here and that will continue to be. So it's basically a principal position that we defend in every single fora, in every single committee. And it's, you don't even have, to ask us why. It's because it's right. We do it because it's the right thing to do, and denying or pretending that this is not a task that involves us all is not acceptable. It are made, achieving the SDGs requires all hands on deck, and that is our common agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. So quickly, just to understand clearly, when Costa Rica is in a UN meeting, and you're the ones who say we have to include civil society.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. All right. Good. Later on, we'll dive deeper about to understand, how that's going down with other member states and what more member states can do. We'll come back to that point, but thank you for
Happy
that.
to
Thank you
share.
for clarifying. Let's speak with Daisy Omugaso from the Hunger Project Uganda, who, ladies and gentlemen, gratefully joined us at the last minute on this panel. We're very happy to have you here. So perhaps has had less time to prepare, But as I said, it's very informal, very conversational. Daisy, as a member of civil society, what's your perspective from the outside looking in at whether there is greater civil society engagement, whether it's improved in the last year at the UN, in UN meetings and processes?
Oh, yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, I'm also happy to be here to discuss these issues of civil society engagement with the UN. For us as civil society, I think even maybe for everybody, UN is the symbol of power. It is the symbol of what sort of governs the whole world. And as civil society, we believe that if we can just put one foot, or if we can get that space, that means we are reaching as many governments, as many decision makers as possible as we can get. And we are also getting maybe the resources needed to do what we do. As civil society, we are the ones nearer to the people that are supposed to be supported. We are the ones who deal on a day-to-day basis with the common person. As the Hunger Project, we work with the communities, we work with the rural women, we work with the children, and we see what they face daily. So how do we translate these experiences and we make sure that they reach the president of ECOSOC and maybe something is done? So that is, I think, the question you're asking. Have we been getting maybe better access, improved access? In some ways, yes, because, for example, I'm here. But in other cases, we see this sort of aggregation. The voices sort of tend to, I don't know, use the word muted, or maybe not muted, but you can say they are sieved, and by the time they reach up, maybe they're distorted, maybe they are different. But definitely we've been seeing an increased level of space in terms of participating in reports in such meetings, but we can always do more. We can also see that we need some other space where we can get other people to be engaged, to be involved, and also to bring their views to the UN. Yeah, I'm happy with the spaces, but still I think we need more. We need to engage more. We need to bring our ideas. You need to listen. And especially, she has talked about this COVID era. We were with the communities. And even some of us, even when you're in a community, you can't reach even the next community. But we had some community members supporting each other. That's the way community actually took charge in spreading the message. In our places, we don't have phones, we don't have internet, you don't have anything. So sometimes we get I don't know whether you know it, you get a vehicle with a speaker, and they ride through the village, take the message, please wash your hands, please do this. Yeah. So UN was not there to say, okay, now by the way, this is, but these are some of the learnings which we believe we can bring and which can be maybe adopted or taken over by other organizations, other spaces. So we believe we need to be brought closer together to be able to share our experiences, to be able to share the lessons, and to be able to learn and see what works, what doesn't work, and how can we improve or scale up what works.
Okay, Daisy, thank you so much. We're going to talk more about the impact, both the challenges and the opportunities that COVID has presented in terms of increasing engagement. Let's go to our online participants. Kizito Bienkia from Open Society Foundations. Great to see you with us today. As another CSO, what's your perspective, briefly, on what progress has been made to open up the UN to civil society?
Thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. And I think there has been some good progress that we've seen over the last.
I think you might be muted, Kizito.
I am not muted on my end.
There you go. Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Okay, so thank you again. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. And I think we've seen some good progress over the last couple of years, but much more needs to come in how civil society is integrated in terms of the UN processes, but also as a partner in all the work that we do. So we are a big supporter of the recommendations by the Unmute Civil Society Initiative. Civil society is that essential partner for our global governance. Participation and engagement by civil society should be integrated as much as possible, an important voice for how our world will continue to be developed. And so just wanted to pick out 3 of those recommendations, which are, looking at ensuring meaningful participation at all stages of UN meetings and processes, a special envoy for civil society to work at civic space in the UN, as well as the digital divide. We've seen some progress, and then, on our end, we've been supporting some of the work by the special procedures, especially looking at how the world is recovering from the pandemic and the economic challenges that we're facing at our times. And so civil society being involved in some of that process, especially, with who is involved with governments, international financial institutions, private sector creditors, and other networks. It's important that these global solutions that are developed are done so in an inclusive way, and civil society's role here will be crucial for some of the actions that will need to happen. Second, if you look at the digital divide, another area that we've been involved in is looking at how we can advance feminist technologies as well as reshape digital platforms and prevent threats to women and girls online. So for example, the work that UNICEF is taking forward to strengthen a virtual safe space platform designed for women and girls, as well as women's rights organizations and civil society and feminist actors to use this digital technology effectively to counter digital security threats. Furthermore, is looking at the space that's also been developed over the last year with the Generation Equality Forum and the work by UN Women on women's rights. On our side, we've also supported these efforts, investing 100 million to advance transformative feminist political leadership that will be coming from this space, and what's developed, looking at supporting more women, gender non-conforming people, and positions of leadership in politics and governance. So we are seeing some developments, but a lot more needs to happen. But where we can go is more effective once civil society is on the same on the same table is all. Thank you.
Okay, so we're hearing a lot of people saying, bit of progress, more needs to happen. We'll talk more about that in a second. Really good, interesting points about the digital divide, and we'll pick up on these issues in a couple of minutes. Ulrika Moder from UNDP, great to see you. UNDP is the largest UN agency. You're in, I think, 170 countries, maybe even more. You have a real opportunity to work with communities, to really kind of engage civil society. And so I'm wondering, how do you think UNDP, and, let's face it, this isn't going to happen unless all the agencies get involved as well. How has UNDP been able to help advance the growing engagement of civil society in the UN?
Yes, let me share some thoughts, and just to start off, also reminding us about the charter that says "We the peoples," and also, by the way, the invitation that the UN decision makers representing countries and the peoples in 2015 took as they decided on the Sustainable Development Goals. It was a broad invitation, as was said, to civil society, to the private sector, and to academia to make sure that we have facts-based discussions and informed discussions. And yes, indeed, I think UNDP has a particular responsibility because of our representation on the ground in 170 countries and territories, and also because we have a broad mandate and that we have been asked by member states to look for system solutions to be able to achieve the SDGs. And as you would know, we are not moving forward right now. We're actually going in reverse. Yesterday, UNDP launched a report where we could present the tragedy that at least 71 million people have fallen into poverty as a result of food and energy price surges. So this is where we are, and here's why we need a strategic really coordination work. We need voice, we need agency, but also, of course, then the possibility of civil society actors to also hold decision makers to account. A lot more to be done, but just to share as well that we believe that it's really important that we also look at some key strategic engagement that we have as a global organization, also as we develop policy. So of course you would know about our human development report, and in the latest human development reports, we have really broadened the online consultations with civil society to make sure that we have that informed discussion, that we have voice, but also the insights from civil society. And we have also, in the campaigns that we have developed lately, we've done the world's biggest poll on climate change and how to develop the national determined contributions from a civil society perspective, and asked then youth in 50 countries together with Oxford University, what would your national determined contribution look like if you were to design it from a civil society perspective? We have also launched a campaign, and you may have seen that we brought a dinosaur into General Assembly to talk about the possibilities that all countries actually could have if they started to withdraw fossil fuel subsidies. That would open up them fiscal space and the possibility to invest in people, in planet, in a sustainable way. So we are also using and referring them to the discussion about the digital divide, new digital tools to really broaden the discussion, but also then being fully aware about the digital divide as one of the key drivers of the increasing inequality that we see across the world. And this was actually a report that we issued also ahead of COVID, telling us, the Human Development Report, that the digital divide is actually one of the major challenges that we need to look at. And then also speaking about digital, I think what was also referred to by Kisuto with regards to disinformation, misinformation is something really important that we also take very seriously as part of our governance work, and where we also want to engage with our civil society partners across. But really, I mean, just a few examples looking at UNDP's broad presence and also a broad mandate ranging from addressing increasing inequalities and the increasing poverty to governance, rule of law, human rights, but also all the work that we do within the field of climate change and environment on the ground.
Okay, Ulrika, my dear, thank you so much for that opening intervention. So what we're hearing, I think, everyone, from all our panelists is a willingness, and there's been some progress, but everyone's acknowledging not nearly enough. And a couple of the themes that I'm picking up on are, you know, there's a lot of limits to physical access. It's hard for people from around the world to actually get to the UN. Sometimes they don't feel like they know sufficiently far in advance when they need to be there, what's happening. But then there's also online challenges as well. You know, COVID presented an opportunity. Yes, it kept people out of physical spaces, but it made it possible to allow more people to access events because of virtual technology. In fact, I read a statistic that there was a survey done after HLPF 2020, which found that 50% of the people surveyed said that they had attended HLPF in 2020 for the first time because it was virtual. So you can democratize events and meetings through virtual technology, but not, as Daisy was saying, if you don't have digital access where you are. So, and I think Gazito was saying this as well. How do you improve the ability for people to actually access meetings and events? And then how do you make sure that they have a meaningful role? And Ambassador Chan, I think you were sort of hinting at that point about Costa Rica being the champion amongst member states. So I'm going to throw that open panel. Maybe Ambassador Kelapare, we could start with you, but I would love all of you to give us some thoughts on that. And then we're going to, you know, in the last kind of like 20 minutes of the panel, I'm going to get you to think about, okay, what are the concrete things that you would like to see happen in the next year that could actually make a big difference?
No, thank you very much. I think what you just said, it's a very important balance that we need to delicately manage. There is truth in what you said, that the virtualness of many of the events that we've conducted also in ECOSOC does demonstrate that it opens up much broader participation, especially for the Global South, who normally would encounter serious difficulties to travel all the way down here for different reasons. So the Youth Forum, for example, which we also organized in April, this year it was on the 19th and the 20th, it continued virtually, and it was done virtually for the very reason that the last one also had yielded a huge number of participants, especially from the Global South. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was some 19,000 youth were able to participate last year for the Youth Forum. And this year, actually, we exceeded that number again. I think it was around 22,000 or 23,000 right there. So there is truth in the assessment that the virtualness of these events does ensure inclusivity and much wider participation. But the other downside of it is the issue of connectivity. I think she was right on the point, which really, I think we should use this as a challenge that we must address. It speaks to a debate that is not new. The need to close the digital divide and sharing the means of doing things is something that we should address quite decisively. I think, we live in a global community. We have seen this absence of solidarity amongst ourselves demonstrated very well in the situation of the rollout of the vaccines. When we have means to achieve an end, let's make them accessible to all if we are going to make progress. And this issue of the digital divide, look, we are right now saying that we are able to engage broadly if we do things virtually. Why can't we commit to ensuring that we are going to go all out to ensure that all are equipped in order to participate without any glitches So I think I thought I should address that because this is a delicate balance that we should manage. How do we resolve the challenges that arise, especially for those who don't have the means, in order to participate effectively and make a contribution, as you said. Sometimes people get cut off, and I've had sessions where we could not even connect people. We had to apologize and say, well, we shall see them next year, maybe they will make it. So it shouldn't happen in the current world. Yes.
Ambassador, do you think that you've been able to make any progress on closing that, let's not say closing it entirely, but reducing that digital divide during your presidency? Or what would you be passing on to your successor?
I think this one is much larger than any president of ECOSOC. For us, the beauty of being a leader of anything, I would say, president of ECOSOC, is advocacy for the cause. The fact that I'm all out in many of my statements addressing or drawing attention to this, I would think it's already a meaningful contribution within my means. As to actually causing it to happen, I think it is in the hands of those who can make it happen. But the fact that as ECOSOC, we are able to use these declarations, I think you would be seeing similar statements in the HLPF declaration. You have seen other declarations recently, the Financing for Development declaration. So we at least ensure that in all these outcome documents, statements that speak to these issues, including closing the digital divide, are addressed. And this is the best that we can do. But enforcing that across those who have to make it happen is a tall order for a president of ECOSOC. And I think, I don't know, even the Secretary General has any other means other than advocating for that.
Well, if you think it's a tall order for you, think what everyone else in the room thinks
Precisely,
about
precisely.
it. Ambassador Chan, when Costa Rica's in those UN meetings, advocating for civil society, what are other member states doing? How can other member states kind of work better towards this? Those are the people that we're probably advocating towards, right?
Yes, there is a coordination shot of civil society among experts, and they are very good in bridging the silos. And here's the thing, nobody in third committee will deny that inclusion is important. Let's say that it's a human right. But when you bring those issues to fourth and first committee, you hear a completely different thing. For instance, I heard last week that women participation, women and girls are secondary issues. I also heard that civil society shouldn't be in the room because all our processes are state-driven processes. And how do we push back on the pushbacks? By numbers. You may have seen many joint statements led by Costa Rica to push back on those who continue to deny that CSOs are partners. And CSOs are also knowledge multipliers. When we are dealing with new issues like ICTs in peace and security, cybersecurity, the knowledge states, particularly from the global south, are catching up. And without having civil society, academia helping us overcome that knowledge curve, we wouldn't be able to engage and participate. And yet, we'll still continue to hear that we want CSOs to participate in an informal manner, meaning that their voices will not be on the record. and that has halted meetings. In one, we were able to bring it to a vote. You know, we said we have a procedural, a principal position, and we're not going to continue having this circumstance. So we went to a vote, and CSOs were allowed to participate as the rules of procedure allow. So also in many processes, negotiations start virtually. And civil society should be included virtually so they can guide or advocate to countries in the global south, the Caribbean, Africa, Latin America, Central America, on issues that are crucial. Because what we have seen, it's the pandemic also caused a disengagement from delegations, from regions to regions, to different processes or many processes that they used to lead. And many of us who have been in the UN system for many years know who are meant to be the leaders of certain issues. And the Global South has a voice, has the possibility of enacting change, but they need support. And that support comes from academia, from NGOs and CSO. So that's why we ask, include civil society in informal meetings, and also make sure that the composition of your delegations have parity, and hopefully please have one woman leading the delegation. It's time for us, half of the world's population, to have a meaningful representation in all spheres of power. And if we do not that consciously, by design, we won't achieve equality in 130 years. I say, no, the time is now.
Okay, Ambassador, thank you. Kizito Bienkia and Daisy Omugaso, from your perspectives as advocacy, operations groups, and philanthropic organizations as well, it still sounds, from what the ambassador here has told us, that there is a few battles to be fought within the UN on the principal point that Costa Rica is leading on. What's your role? What is the roles of civil society organizations, philanthropic organizations, to really push the UN in the direction it needs to go beyond or events like this and just shouting louder? What can you actually do?
Wow, what can we actually do? Okay. I think over time we've learned that if you want something, you keep pushing, as you said. I think we've gotten so many doors, so many issues thrown back, your doors closed, but you know that you have to get up and go back and ask again, maybe in a different way, or yeah, to be persistent. What can we do? What are we doing as organizations? I think we have had an increased partnership building, networking. We are here now, we have a voice because we are sort of coming together with several other organizations with similar interests, with the similar advocacy issues. So we can be able to push and say, here we are, and we are so many talking about this issue. And this has also helped in terms of opening a little bit some of the doors that are there. And I hope that we can continue with that in terms of networking, in terms of identifying the issues. We try to identify the issues which are actually affecting people. The issue you're talking about of the digital divide, it maybe you may know about it, but you don't experience it. So I come in and I talk about it because I've experienced it. And in my voice, maybe then you can understand clearly what the issues are. I can give you an example of the digital divide, actually, my personal experience. Sometime last year, the other year, I had an opportunity to speak on a panel discussion. We were supposed to talk about artificial intelligence. The moderator was Richard Quest. And one of the panelists was Elon Musk.
Oh, wow.
Guess what? 10 minutes into the discussions, my internet went off. I felt
Wow.
like
Wow.
this is the worst. So you can imagine you have this opportunity. Maybe I don't know what Aaron wanted to. Maybe I don't know, design a new system or whatever it is. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he would have had, and I said, okay, now this is something we can do, but I missed it flat out.
You know, Daisy, it makes me wonder if, wouldn't it be great if, like, for one day, all the PRs had their devices taken away and they had to operate on 2G or 3G for one day, just to see it, then they might get a better perspective. I can see the president of ECOSOC is laughing there. Maybe you'd back that idea.
Okay, so I wanted to just add on some of the things.
Okay, very briefly if you can, because I want to bring Kazito in and Ulrika as well.
Yes, on just what I was saying, that what can I do as one person? For us, we are NGOs, we are maybe smaller NGOs, but we've been trying to bring these services closer to the people. In the communities where we work, you can get one central place and equip it with Wi-Fi. And on a particular day, say, well, we have a meeting and people can come. I don't know whether you people remember, sometime back in our villages, we used to have cinema days. They go at a local council or something like that, and they project. So these are some of the things which I think we are doing, but on a small scale, and which I think can be scaled up so that information can reach so many other people, and there is also as much inclusion as possible.
Maybe they could use UNDP country offices.
Yeah, that's right.
Ulrika, I'm not putting you on the spot, but let's get a little input from you, because I know that you have been thinking about already things like High Level Week in September, the Week of Action, and also the 2023 SDG Summit. And I'm wondering if you have ideas starting to form about how you can help, or how the UN can actually make sure that there is better civil society engagement at those important gatherings.
Thank you. Yes, no, definitely. I mean, please do connect or visit our offices on the ground, and let's see how we can make this happen. And I just wanted to say that throughout COVID, we have actually, as UNDP, prioritized major investments, and we have, in a very practical way, also handed equipment also to government and central parliament functions and so on to make services function, because as we would know also in many countries, there is also a difficulty with connectivity, not only in civil society, but actually in central government functions and for parliament and other really key functions. And one story that I think is very interesting is that the cooperation that we had with Ukraine at the time has also now enabled Ukrainian public functions to service populations on the move, IDPs, but also refugees, issuing passports and ID cards and so on in a way that could not have been done before the war. But also perhaps a reminder, the Secretary General has a roadmap for digital cooperation, and there are also activities planned within the Global Digital Compact ahead of the Summit of the Future in 2023. And of course, there we would want to see, as UNDP is part of those processes, how we can also make sure that we can include engagement and as much participation from our civil society partners at country level, but also the partners that we are cooperating with, as we have put the digital transformation at the heart of our strategic plan. And ahead of the 6th Global Week to act for the SDGs here at the High Level Political Forum, we have also looked at how we can scale this up and how we can continuously really think how to integrate our engagement with civil society across the countries where we work. And also really ahead of, and you were alluding to that, Global Week to act for the SDGs, we will make sure that we have these issues up front, both of course civil society participation, but also what we plan to do on the digital platforms. And I've just given some few examples of that, how we are revamping our platforms to make them as accessible as possible. But at the end of the day, it's really about infrastructure on the ground. And to mention, I mean, we have throughout the past years seen decreased foreign direct investments. We have seen high debt levels, and I was just now alluding also to the consequences of the war in Ukraine with regards to the economies in the global south. So a lot to be done, I think, with regards to investments for the infrastructure and the capacities that are needed.
Okay, Ulrika, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick note on time. We started about 10 minutes late, so I'm going to run 5 minutes over. I am going to be eating into your coffee break time, but seeing as you just had breakfast, I think you can bear with me. What I do want you audience to think about right now, both in the room and online as well, is in about 2 minutes, I'm going to come to you to get some ideas about specific ways that civil society engagement could be improved, whether that's at UNGA this year, whether it's the Summit for the Future in 2023, or generally and in an ongoing way. I want to get some concrete ideas from you, but also you might be able to use the rest of the day's sessions to dive a little bit deeper on. So we're going to have a couple of mics roaming around in 2 minutes, but actually before that, I want to help maybe stimulate your thought process by going to Kizito. And I'm wondering, Kizito, are there like 3 or 5 things or 1 or 2 things that you think you would like to see the UN, whatever part of the UN that is, make progress on as soon as possible that are actually doable, that will make a big difference, in your view, to how well civil society could engage in UN meetings and processes?
Sure, and thanks for that. And there's a number of ways and some priorities that we should be thinking about in terms of how we can improve civil society engagement with all UN processes. I think before this, just a great point was made earlier on the lack of equity and solidarity with vaccine access. And I just want to point that out as an example. So if you look at now where most of the world, 60% of the world is vaccinated, but certain regions, let's say like Africa, it's below 20%. And so who is trying to address this gap via advocacy as well as domestic deployment? Civil society, in addition to governments, are doing so. And I just wanted to highlight this example because global problems require solidarity across all sectors. And so when we think about engagement within all the UN processes, this is where it's integral for solving these global challenges that we're facing in our time. And so some specific things to think about. I think what will be helpful is if, for some of the short-term changes or medium-term changes, even long-term, if we think about this in a structural aspect. So how we turn our aspirations for civil society involvement into reality. So one is, you can think about measures to support greater civil society inclusion, such as what was mentioned as one of the recommendations through Unmute Civil Society, the appointment of a representative, let's say maybe at the Undersecretary General level, with adequate resources to drive system-wide change on civil society. So civil society envoy. Second, you can think about an advisory body to the General Assembly that will help bring in stakeholders. So civil society, let's say even expanding that to parliamentarians as well as others, having this inclusive body to bring in these additional voices to engage at that level where decisions are being made, but also you're part of the room and connected in that way. There's more things, to also think about, such as how for some of the mechanisms, let's say like OHCHR, what can be done in terms of the involvement, partnership with civil society, as well as other partners to turn that into the world's premier human rights guardian. So beyond just the level of involvement for civil society, how civil society can also assist some of the UN mechanisms to truly be transformational on the global stage through the work that they're already doing at a local or regional level, but expanding that through the multilateral space that's provided through the UN, as well as other multilaterals. And then I think it would also be important to ensure that this is linked to the 2030 agenda around certain key mechanisms. And so as we think about where we are with the SDGs and lifting up certain, a few of them, especially as we come up to 2030, thinking about some of the UN frameworks and how civil society is involved in implementing that already at a local level, but ensuring that it is done in a systematic and aligned way for, again, to what I was mentioning earlier, for the global solidarity that's needed. So I just wanted to provide that framing because we are looking at some of the processes where we can engage, but then at the same time, where civil society also rests, they're facing challenges, from administrative restrictions to legal harassment to surveillance and other issues that are affecting their operating environment. And so beyond, again, just these mechanisms for engagement, we should look at their environment and what we can do to improve that at a national level so that the engagement will be meaningful, but then we're all truly partners in addressing the global crises that affect us now.
Wow, that was great, Kizito. Thank you so much. And I can see our 2 ambassadors here in the room nodding in agreement there. I'm going to give each of you, do you want 30 seconds to respond to any of that, Ambassador Kalapile?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I think this gives me the opportunity to also make mention of one important process that is going on as we speak. In 2018, our committee that is in charge of NGOs, the ECOSOC Committee on NGOs, did some very landmark initiative of convening consultations with the NGOs that have consultative status with ECOSOC. So I'm happy to learn that actually a discussion is going on now to convene a similar consultation process in December. So I believe that this is something talking about, platforms that can be really put in place to enable NGOs to discuss ways that they can, participate in the UN process. So for me, I would think that if there was no thought yet to institutionalize such a process so that it is not an ad hoc one. So it was convened in 2018. Maybe it couldn't convene 19, 20, 21, maybe because of the pandemic. But one would argue that it could have continued virtually. So I hear at least that there's a discussion going on that those NGOs that have consultative status with ECOSOC will have the opportunity to engage the Committee on NGOs. And I wanted to draw this to attention because it gives you the opportunity to raise the concerns you have directly to the committee, because it is a subsidiary of ECOSOC. Whatever they recommend to ECOSOC then gets considered, and maybe that's where you can amplify your voice. And also it's a platform that you can bring in best practices that have been learned from the COVID-19. I think we just touched upon some of them, that some we don't need to throw some of these experiences we've learned during COVID. So I thought I should take this opportunity to really add to this category of areas which we could improve engagement with the civil society and others. Thank you so much.
Okay, great, thanks. Audience, I want to turn it over to you for a couple of minutes. I see some hands going up. This is great. I want concrete examples, concrete ideas for how your access and engagement could improve. We have a couple of microphones going around. Ollie Henman from A4SD is actually going to be monitoring online as well. So we'll get a couple of comments from online as well. Lady at the back, let's start with you. It's got to be really brief, 30 seconds. Please tell us your name, where you're from, and
30 seconds?
That's it, that's it. Democratizing the process, plenty of voices to get in.
All right, my name's Huri Gedelekian. I'm the chair of NGO CSW New York, which is a consultative status with ECOSOC, and we gathered thousands of people, and we went from 8,000 to 27,000 when we went virtual in 2021. I think I really want to highlight Costa Rica and I'm sorry, that 30-second thing is just throwing me off. I think this past year was a great example of how friendly governments can amplify our voices, and it is not enough. And I can give you examples of member states who gave the mic or the seat to civil society. We definitely need the envoy. We definitely need to have vote and access to the ECOSOC chamber. And is that 30 seconds? And also,
one more, go on,
please,
one more thing.
Please demilitarize and use that investment to empower women and girls. Enough of wars. 2 CSWs in a row got distracted because of war. So I'll just
pass it to the gentleman just next to you. Okay, where are you from, sir?
New York.
Okay, okay.
That's my 30 seconds. Okay.
Keep going.
My name is Ariel Rojas. I'm an ECOSOC accredited organization based in New York, working with culturally diverse youth, dealing with health, education, and gender equality. And the issue of connectivity, Mr. President, is quite a challenge in order to engage the next generation of leaders. If we would like to ECOSOC to be meaningful, we have to create connectivity across the L. If you go to Africa or Latin America, even in Asia, in order to engage youth in international forums is critical. So I guess that the challenge we here as civil society leaders is how we work with the private sector to increase connectivities in those areas. Yesterday, we had my youth ambassador and I had a meeting with a private sector, a manager, or let's say leader. And with connectivity, we are not going to change everything, but it gives us the opportunity to access communities that otherwise won't participate in the discussion. And and the SDGs are not going to be fully implemented if youth are not participating in it. So in 2030, the youth are going to be our age. So if we don't work with them now, we're going to fail. So thank you so much for mentioning that, Mr. President, and I second your voice.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to this side of the room.
I passed at 30 seconds?
You've had more than 30 seconds. By the way.
Okay, thank you.
Lady in the front here.
I'm in the queue as well.
Okie doke.
Thank you very much. My name is Nelia Rahimova. I represent Coalition for Sustainable Development of Russia. And my recommendation would be, first of all, reconsider the procedure for ECOSOC, for the status of ECOSOC, because I know that it can take 5-7 years. And at least in such countries like Russia and Belarus, some organization can be even liquidated in the process while we are still running for the status. So it's really problematic. And another recommendation, the youth forum was mentioned here, and I think we really need to have civil society forum on sustainable development also created, where we actually can have space and time to meet and negotiate and develop the statements and so on, our positions. Because I think of course, we self-organizing community and so on and so forth, but I think we really need more support on that side.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to go online. I heard a voice saying they were waiting.
It's me. It's me.
Okay. Who's you?
Should I start?
Go ahead.
This is Naval Vaswani from Tharparkar, Sindh, Pakistan. I think we are living in a time where we have opportunity of communication, which humanity has invented, discovered. So, and number two, the world population, half of the world population is of less than 27 years of age. Engage those youths, engage women, and utilize the power of the information technology and the communication. And number two, make a simple language where everyone from Africa to the Asia to Europe to the America talk a single simple language. Don't make these things complex, confused, and processes oriented. Make things very simple so that someone in Kangu, someone in Tharparkar, someone in New York should have the same understanding and same meaning as well. Like 2 + 2 = 4. So things should be objective oriented, simple, crisp, and utilize the power of the youth. They have to the word after 10 to 15 years down the road. Engage the women. If you are engaging a single woman, actually you are engaging 15 people, and it has an exponential multiplying factor. So,
Okay.
so use the power of IT. IT has a disruptive power. A single invention of WhatsApp has changed the world communication of last 10,000 years of age. The processes. A simple invention. So utilize those resources we have, and these are the very cost-effective, compact, quick, objective-oriented, effective, impact-oriented. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. You've made your point. Thank you very much. I love the point about simple language as a former journalist. Hallelujah. Can we please enact that? We're going to get 2 more from the room and 2 more online. 1 more online. Okay. We're running a little long, but actually, I think this is really great session. Lady in the black there, you've had your hand up constantly.
Thank you. I think that, my name is Carmen Capriles. I come from Bolivia, member of the NGO Major Group. I think one of the issues that we have to address is the loss of trust of the whole planet, basically, because during the 90s or the 2000s, you could go to a rural community and they would know what UN was. Right now, you go to a community and they don't know who UN is. You go outside these 4 walls and people don't really know what it is. So I think we need to get the trust of the people back again.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
how do you do that? 10 seconds on how do you do that?
Starting going and working with civil society on ground, not in the offices, in the fancy offices, in countries like.
Okay, great. Folks, for today, be solutions oriented. Don't just remind us what the problems are. We know what the problems are. I'm going to get 1 more in the room. Lady with the red hair, got to be you. Okay, let's get a microphone. Great,
Hello?
Andy, you. Great. And then we'll do one more online.
Thank you so much. I'm Emilia Reyes with Feminist Mexican Organization and the Women's Working Group on Financing for Development. I just want to push back on everything that has been proposed here, because I think we really need to go into the structural issues. So it is not a matter of participation when there is an environmental crisis that is really taking on everything. And just thinking that the digital divide is going to help, bridging the digital divide is going to help us, when it's actually the ITs of technologies, the ones that are taking over the entire world, and with their impacts of concentration of wealth are destroying the entire lands of people. That is really something that we got to be out of our mind if we're thinking that that is the solution. The other end is we need civil society to engage with social movements, and just having an interventions of 2 minutes here online is not going to cut it. It's actually a waste of our time, a waste of our resources, and we're undermining the democratic potential of the UN. So we need actually to bring people here to get the UN resource, to get the funding, and to actually to engage like we are doing with the fabulous APWLD or Colleges for Arrow. We wouldn't be able to engage and build movements if we weren't here. And actually we need more than ever advocates from the Global South speaking here in the hallways to the delegates the entire time, because they're really undermining everything that is decent and good in this planet, because they're just subsumed to power. And we need people here in the UN, and we don't need people, more bureaucrats representing us to be a watchdog inside the UN as a civil society envoy. We really need to start democratizing our engagement. So all of these proposals here are actually just superficial, shallow, and it's not going into the problem that is happening also in the UN, which is actually undermining their power in the face of multilateral crisis. So I think we really need to get very serious about and making the best out of this fantastic room of people who is here, and not engaging in just shallow recommendations that are actually undermining the power of people in a moment in which we need it the most.
Thank you. Thank you for channeling the passion that a lot of the people in the room feel. Let's get one more comment online.
Yes, we have Katia who wants to make a comment. Katia, please. Por favor, Katia.
Buen día, soy de Colombia, académica de los ODS de la campaña, y mi conclusión es que en este sentido la participación ciudadana en los diferentes aspectos ambientales requiere de la participación directa y activa de los diferentes actores sociales a través de procesos educativos y comunicativos que permitan entender, comprender y darle salidas a los conflictos ambientales o situaciones que les impliquen el apoyo en la toma de decisiones. En conclusión, la propuesta va hacia la educación ambiental, la participación ciudadana y la comunicación como principal agente de cambio y orientadores a la construcción y el seguimiento de los modelos como procesos claves de entendimiento, desarrollo y bien común. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Katia.
Okay, gracias, Katia. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have overrun a little bit. I think what I'm sensing is there's fantastic passion in the room, and you have a whole day more of sessions to use your connections here and to really dive in deeper on some of the suggestions that you've come up with. Panelists, had a lot thrown at you. I'm not going to suggest that you respond to everything at all, but I am gonna, and this is voluntary, optional panelists, if you want to take 1 minute at the end, I'd love to get a sense from you of, what are you taking away from this conversation that you can operationalize to do what we set out to do, which is improve civil society engagement at the UN. Ambassador Kalapile, you want to go first on that?
Yeah, just quickly to acknowledge some of these very practical suggestions you made. I think some of them really warrant consideration. The issue of the length it takes to process applications, I think it's a very important issue. And also really the connectivity issues. And one which I wanted to, and of course the simplicity issue, I think it's also a very important one. One which I also wanted to really confirm the view that climate change has already been declared an existential threat. Yeah, there is no running away from that. But the fact of the matter is we have these other challenges that are now with us. We must still address them, but having in mind that our real challenge is climate change, of course, that one, I think nobody can dispute that. That will remain our major challenge for years to come. One other one which I wanted to really speak to, the awareness raising for our societies. I take that point as well because in Lisbon, the Lisbon Declaration that was adopted recently, the issue of ocean literacy, really working together with communities, is something that should cut across everything that we do. I think it's a very important aspect of inclusivity. Let's involve our communities. They seem to have indigenous knowledge that actually can help us even understand some of these problems better than we can do. But I just wanted to really acknowledge these issues, and also the issue that was raised about this perception about the UN. Remember, in the lead up to the UN at 75, there was that global survey which was thrown out there to the global citizens. That was precisely the assessment. It came out clearly that there are still many people out there who basically don't know what the UN is doing, what the UN is. So that is a true statement, by the way, which really shows that we need to work harder. And of course, we don't have to downplay the good work that there's so many UN agencies. Ulrika is here, UNDP and colleagues. Some are just winning, Nobel Prizes for recognition of the work they do, WFP. So I think much as the UN is doing so much, there is still a lot that we need to do to create the awareness of the work the UN does. And the statement that was made by the lady was accurately reflected in that survey in the lead up to the UN at 75. So I wanted to just comment on those points.
Okay, Ambassador. Panelists, I'm going to give you an option if you'd like to chime in for a quick last minute. Ambassador, go for it, and then Daisy will come to you, and then online, Ulrika and Kizito if you want to. That's entirely optional, otherwise we'll wind it up.
Thank you so much. I'd like to touch upon some of the points raised by some of the people who raised their hands first. Excessive military spending, it's a problem. If we want to achieve the SDGs, we cannot continue to increase military spending. For 3 years in a row, even in the wake of the pandemic, the world has increased its military spending. And that means that we are creating more weapons that will end up on the streets of Africa, Central America, you name it. We are creating not a virtual cycle, a very dangerous tool. So let's be coherent. Let's not stand up at the General Assembly requesting money for the peace building fund, but at the same time, you're increasing your military spending and reinforcing this cycle that will not lead to human development, sustainable development, or achieving any single one of the SDGs. Second, this is the largest generation of youth in human history, and we need to take youth into account. But youth also, as you mentioned it, on the communities, and that's the beauty of the Unmute and the recommendations. We are not only talking about the NGOs that have access to the walls of the UN or the halls of the UN. We're also talking about the ones who are in the rural places of Honduras or Colombia who can listen and engage, but also that's the responsibility of member states. We can grant access to civil society, include them in our delegations, and do that by design. Let's not, the trust deficit is real. Among ourselves, with NGOs, with CSOs, we need to overcome that. We require more, and women and girls, and let's please, the UN needs to overcome the idea that gender is binary. We celebrate many agendas of the Security Council without realizing that they are binary agendas. Women, peace, and security is a binary agenda. Our common agenda is binary. So we need to be inclusive. If we talk about inclusion, let's speak of all, without distinctions, because it's all. We, the peoples, as someone here said, it's we. It's not them or us, it's we. Thank you.
Okay, the point to finish. Thank you, Ambassador. Kizito or Ulrika, optional. I'll come to you, Daisy, in a second. If you want to chime in again for 30 seconds, 1 minute, we're going to keep it really brief, just kind of final thoughts. It's up to you. You don't need to.
I'm happy to just take the opportunity to say we live in a very troubled world, and we have most likely very troubling times ahead of us, and it's complex, and we need really to find these system solutions, and we need, I think, activities at all levels in the rooms, using the formal processes, but also then opening up space. And I would very much like to invite you to engage with UNDP. You see my name, you find me on different social media or through my email if you want to follow up and see how we can improve as UNDP and use our worldwide network. And UNDP's participation also in some of these formal processes that we've alluded to. But rest assured, when you check our website, you will see that we try to address a lot of these different problems that people are facing. And yes, we need to be relevant to people if we are to make people believe in the UN as an actor and as a space. Thank you.
Okay, Ulrika, Gazito, and then Daisy.
Yes, and just very briefly, I think also to think about the spirit of engagement. And so to this, we, the peoples, and how we organize around this, I just want to bring up again that comment that was raised, I think was by Emilia, around, we can't have engagement that is tokenistic. It really has to be meaningful. So when we, to the point around inclusion, civil society is more than just groups in the global north or in the capitals. It's social movements, it's groups in remote areas. We really have to include all when we think about civil society, but also not just coming to New York or Geneva. We also have to go out to them, truly be a global approach in how we do this. So I just want to underline that spirit of engagement. It has to be a meaningful process. We can think about the structures that will lead us to get there, but it has to be done so in design and for the people, those who are impacted, the communities, and that civil society will always be that link. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, that was on top of what I was thinking in terms of engagement. When you look at maybe even the people around, you see that most of these are big organizations. So where the smaller civil society organizations, which actually reach deep down within the communities, they're not here, they're not represented, and there are far more, there are many. And it goes back to the registration. Can they make it to the registration? Yeah, so yeah, it may take the time you were talking about. So we need to look into that to make sure we have as many civil society organizations as possible able to come in. The other issue I wanted to just emphasize is maybe talking about the UN. And to me here, I had written it as sensitizing or educating other civil society organizations and actors on the existing frameworks and opportunities for the UN. I think over time we have taken it for granted. This is ECOSOC. What does, so over time, does everybody know? Do all those other civil society organizations which have not been in this field, which are coming up, do they know the processes you have to go through to be a member and all that? So there's a lot of maybe capacity building, information sharing out there so that most of the people or other organizations, other people can also know how to actually participate. The last issue was on the how to participate. I'm not very sure, maybe it may not be true, but we seem to be participating more with ourselves in side events. So if we are here with the side, with the side event, I'm in a side event, when am I ever going to get to the table? So to what extent are the issues I'm raising here, how are they going to reach the table? So how do we be part of the table rather than being on the side? I don't know, maybe the answers out there, like I've said, maybe the framework is clear to some people, but I think this is an issue maybe where we need to know this is how you can get actually to the table and put your issues.
Great point to finish on. Okay, everyone, we run a little long. Thank you for keeping the momentum going. I hope you find that it was worthwhile, and I hope this is going to really stimulate some of your conversations and sessions later today. Thank you all for joining us, and please give some applause to our panel and thank them. Panel, thank you very much.
So we've had a very challenging discussion, and what we're very clear about is a couple things. One is that we're going backwards, and that really has to be understood, and that the current I guess structure of the UN is really very unfriendly to all of us. And it's also dangerous, I think, in terms of all the impending, well, let's say the existential crisis that we're all about to not exist on this earth. And then I think a very big focus on making sure that we find much better ways of calling out the corporate capture within the UN system. So really to just say it loud and say it clearly, and do all we can to counter that. I'm sure I have many other points I should be bringing up, but that's
great. No, very clear. Thank you. Yeah. And we will be capturing all the notes that we've been gathering today. So please do make sure that the notes you got on your table come back to us, and we'll make sure that we gather those and put them together as part of recommendations together with Civicus, Forest, GCAP, and many others. So let's go to the next table. Just a quick takeaway, please.
Thank you. My name is Rosario. I'm from the Millennials Movement. And well, in this table, we have like a great conversation and collaborative work. So we have actually one recommendation that is, we want infrastructural, institutional, and financial support for intergenerational civil society participation to leave no one behind, ensuring the metrics do not represent just registration numbers, but meaningful and inclusive participation and language in the UN resolutions. This is a process that requires UN to be a convening, as a convening body for effective communication among civil society and member states. Thank you.
Excellent. And the language question came up earlier about simplifying language. I know Rajesh was an ally on that as well. So that's great. Thank you. So now we come to DRR, disaster risk reduction. So this is maybe a new area for some of us. So it'd be great to hear from you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all. I'm Becky Murphy. I'm head of policy for GNDR. That's the Global Network of Civil Society Organizations for Disaster Reduction. We've got 1,436 members across 127 countries. I'm also co-chair of the UN DRR stakeholder engagement mechanism. So I'm here to try and connect in with all of your work and kind of break down those silos. So we had a very small group on DRR, but small doesn't mean quiet. The key takeaway that we had reflecting on engagement with the UN was the real importance of reducing the silos across the system and to jump on the advantages of maybe some of the more open, friendly spaces within the UN system. So UNDRR in particular, we recently had our global platform for disaster risk reduction, and the SEM, the stakeholder engagement mechanism, compared to here, seemed to be a much more open space, and civil society and the all of society approach had a very structured way in to the UN kind of high level sessions on the panels. They had much more formal space and were brought in to have formal declarations as well. So I guess, yeah, the takeaway is to come into those spaces as well and use those opportunities. It's a smaller space, but it has a big impact as well and connects civil society with member states very strongly. And it's a very different dynamic. So that would be our key takeaway.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, and I think that's an interesting space that many of us don't know about. So it's great to have you here, and it'd be very interesting to follow up on what might be the sort of learnings from that space. So now coming to another big theme that's been discussed a lot, obviously this year with everything that's happening in Ukraine, is around peace. And there's a whole kind of ecosystem around peace and reconciliation. So we'd love to hear about your discussion.
Hi, everyone. Kavitha Desai, UN representative for the Quaker UN office. We had a very lively discussion, and our big takeaway is that civil society are the UN. They're carrying the charter right now and doing the implementation at the local level. So whether that is pushing progress on the SDGs or delivering humanitarian assistance in conflict zones, it is civil society that are doing the work of the UN. But despite all of that, the process to access the UN is too complicated. There's no transparency. It should be simplified, and there should be more translation. And the UN also needs to address protection issues that civil society face in coming and speaking their voices and sharing the realities that they're dealing with on the ground. And then our last thought connected to this is that since civil society are partners, there needs to be better support and recognition of that in terms of funding and support and credibility of these organizations, and also the need to demilitarize and shift that funding to implementation of the 2030 agenda.
Great. I'm sorry, Rob. We need to, but there's plenty more that we'll make sure that we include in the notes. We just want to keep it moving. But I think there's some really important points that you. Oh, there's some. Okay. Well, why don't we just put them out, Rob? It's just because otherwise we want to also get to the people who are online as well. But there are some good handouts there on the peace agenda. So now we come to an area which I guess hopefully is cross-cutting. It's been the biggest table discussion around capacity development for this kind of work. So Deirdre, would you like to run us through?
Thanks very much, Ollie. And this is an impossible job. We had a fantastic discussion with many points raised, and I have to just give one point. Anyway, to get to it. So we first of all said, and we had a great point by a priest in our midst who said, unmute civil society. When have you ever heard about unmuting business? It just doesn't happen. It isn't a need. So civil society needs to start thinking differently. We need to look for support and help and capacity building with structuring ourselves from the local to the global level through the national and regional levels. And we talked about good models such as the major groups and other stakeholder system, the APRCEM, regional civil society engagement mechanism, and so on. So a lot more support with developing this kind of CSO structuring, but also proper representation of civil society. So we want the principle of self-organizing representation, that civil society determines its own representatives in different processes recognized by the UN system. We also want real power, enough tokenism. We said not a seat at that table, but many seats at many tables. We want civil society to be omnipresent in all of the UN agencies, forums, processes, and so on. And we want voting rights. We want our vote to stand for as much as the votes of other sectors and other stakeholder groups. And finally, we want to create better ownership of the UN system. And we see civil society having a role in that, going back and explaining to local and national actors how important the UN is, what happens at the UN, to create this sense of ownership and engagement with the UN system. And we need better engagement strategies for that. Lots more to say, but that kind of, hopefully nobody will kill me for leaving.
So a little bit more than 1 point, but no, there is a lot to say, as you say, and it'd be really important that we capture so much of this and that we continue to take this forward together. And we do want to make sure we have time. There are people also on the Zoom, so we're going to try to come to the Zoom in just a minute, but we have 2 more groups to cover here. So next we have the group on gender equality. Let me pass over to David.
Thank you very much. It's so the points that we want to take away is that I mean, we're also talking about, when it comes to gender equality, we're also talking about having a seat at the table, but then we also want to educate the UN on our issues, because we are the organizations on ground. We work with the people, and UN is for the people. And so we can only educate the UN on our issues when we have a seat at the table. And also when it comes to the recommendations that we made to the UN, it should be institutionalized. Our recommendations shouldn't be rolled back. The achievement that has already been made by the CSOs shouldn't be rolled back when we make new recommendations. Every recommendation we make, when we are at the table where decisions are being made, those recommendations should be institutionalized. Thank you.
Excellent. And it's great that we're getting a lot of similar themes coming through each of the tables as well, and trying to make sure that those spaces are genuinely more inclusive and not just, as you say, tokenistic, that certain people are handpicked, but rather opening up space for real dialogue. And it's great that we're able to do some of that today. So now we have the final theme in the room, which is on environment. Over to you, Carmen.
Yes, and now we have a reporter.
Yeah. So I think we actually wanted to share 2 things very quickly. One is, of course, we've been coming, most of us as civil society have been coming to these spaces with the VNR processes, and we can understand that the VNR processes are not the robust mechanism for accountability that we expected it to be. So we want like VNR processes to enable NGOs to also support submit our own VNRs as well, right? Or to have like within the UPR system, a tripartite system where we can have governments advising or recommending to fellow governments on the progress and improvements that they can make. I mean, like, so whichever is possible. The second one is moving forward. There was this talk of an envoy, but we felt in the issue of climate, we feel that working with a special rapporteur has more teeth. And we can actually integrate climate as a topic into all of the special rapporteurs' work, which are pertinent because there's a rapporteur on food security, there's a rapporteur on human rights, there's also a rapporteur on climate. And in comparison to our special envoy on the oceans, which happens to be Jason Momoa, was, so we can see the discrepancy in like, I mean, who do we want to champion the agenda for us?
And one more thing also that came is around budget. UNDP has like 10% of the budget of the whole UN system. And UNEP has how much? Around 14 million, which UNEP has to help us tackle the triple planetary crisis and what's happening with the Agenda 2030 after almost 8 years. So those are things that we have to kind of like consider. Thank you.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, and the question there around the VNRs is coming up in the next session. So I think that's a really important one. How do we actually make those VNRs more accountable, more robust? And of course, next week is going to be crucial for that. So I'm hoping now we can also hear from the Zoom, if it's possible. So I know that there have been similar parallel groups happening on Zoom. And if we can at least just get a couple of takeaways from those groups as well. Before we move to the next session. Here we go. So we do have some of the groups. So I'm counting on my colleague Clara to signal to us who we should be coming to.
Yes.
Clara?
So the groups are ready. We can start by the first group, which discussed the unmute recommendations. That's Ida
I'm
Holmes'
not getting
group.
the sound, but I believe the first person that we should go to is Ida. Ida, I know, had been moderating one of the breakouts. Can we hear Ida?
Yeah, we actually have Vigilio as our rapporteur. So Vigilio, thank you.
Thank you. I represent a civil association in Mexico. Thank you all. We have different points considering to stop the authority abuse, to consider and make evaluations towards the civil society's salaries and budgets, governmental people working in governments, even in NGOs at the UN. We consider as well a huge point to support the Security Council to share how the civil society projects, information for people is being shared, given follow-up, integrated and supported as civil society with the importance of our collaboration in the ground. If the group wants to say something more that I missed, please take this moment.
Were there additional groups online that might want to feedback?
Yes, there is a second group. That's Jessica Bridger's group. Who is the rapporteur for them? Can you come through?
Hi, I did both reporting and moderating, so I can give our points. So we were the group on environmental justice. There was overwhelming concerns about tokenism from our group, that participation is sometimes offered, but the ideas are not incorporated. And this also extended to partnerships where partnerships are not equal. And these need to be truly equitable in order to ensure that they are effective and that tokenism is not happening in them. There's also concerns that business and industry, the business and industries that are harming the environment have greater access and meaningful representation in policymaking processes than civil society does. And this was pointed out as being a major problem in Glasgow last year. In terms of representatives, in terms of our recommendations, we felt that CSO capacity and financing needs to be strengthened because these are essential in order to be present and baseline for having a seat at the table. And also that the UN is not just about governments, but about states, and civil society is central to each state. So we should be seen as representatives and taken seriously as part of the normative dialogue. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica. And some very similar themes there around corporate capture and tokenism. So really similar to what some of the discussions here in the room. Do we have another group on Zoom?
We have the Gender Equality and CSO Participation. That's Halima's group.
Is there a rapporteur on that group? I don't see Halima there.
I think we may not have a rapporteur right now, but if you want to catch up, maybe we can pass on to the Spanish-speaking group. So el grupo en español, por favor, si quieren pasar ahora a dar sus conclusiones. Katia.
Sí, buenas. A propósito, llegamos a la conclusión que necesitamos construir un sistema de participación civil para facilitar en el proceso de agenda en términos vinculantes a nivel de Estado y organismos internacionales. Crear la agenda latinoamericana con conceptos globales y plataformas más globales y con los conceptos climáticos que vayan incluidos mecanismos administrativos de participación en materia ambiental, como las audiencias públicas y ambientales, las consultas previas, las veedurías ciudadanas en asuntos ambientales y la participación en los consejos directivos en las corporaciones autónomas regionales, el derecho a intervenir en los procedimientos ambientales y el derecho de petición de información en materia ambiental. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. Thank you so much, Katia. Clara, do we have, was there also a French-speaking group?
I think Tokumbo for the gender group would like to give 1 or 2 key points. Tokumbo?
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. One of the key points that we mentioned is the area of funding. Civil society, they need a lot of funding to actually carry out these responsibilities. And then an issue around digital training. They need to be empowered on how to use IT equipment, software, and also bearing in mind cyber attacks that women normally face as vulnerable women. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we might have somebody from the French group. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un dans les groupes en français qui voulait faire une petite restitution très bref? Je pense que peut-être il n'y en a pas non plus. D'accord. Thank you, Oli. I think that would be all for...
Bonjour, moi je veux bien faire une petite restitution.
Si, merci. Annie, vas-y.
Je suis Annie. Nous nous sommes retrouvés à 4, mais au bout de... il nous restait à peu près moins de 20 minutes. Donc nous avons eu juste le temps de nous présenter. Il y avait... on était sur les ODD. Donc, il y a une personne qui travaille de la RDC, qui travaille sur l'énergie verte. Donc, ils sont en train de faire des processus avec les populations. Une deuxième personne, Eric, qui travaille avec les jeunes pour la sensibilisation à l'environnement et aux ZED. Et nous avons eu une jeune dame, malheureusement, le son était inaudible, mais elle aussi œuvre pour... Je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez. Vous m'entendez?
Si, on t'entend très bien. Si tu voudrais donner vraiment de façon très, très courte l'idée principale de votre discussion, merci.
On a eu des points de vue différents. Donc, chacun œuvre dans un domaine. Mais donc, c'était en fait tout. C'est sur les ODD, mais on n'a pas eu de spécification. Mais c'est à peu près ça. Nous avons eu une dizaine de minutes, juste pour nous présenter, sans pour autant nous engager, parce que le temps ne nous l'a pas permis.
So unfortunately, the French-speaking group didn't have much time. They just briefly discussed about the SDGs, but yeah, this is what they came back with. Thank you. That's all from the online groups.
So anyone is presenting from the gender equality group?
Did you want to add something?
Would you like to add something on gender, Ume, please?
Yes, there were several things that were discussed, and it's very unfortunate that Halima took the notes and she was supposed to report. I'm sure that she's going to present it in writing, but there were 3 key points that I would like to highlight here. It is with regard to the VNR processes, country processes, where the UN can play an important role in ensuring the member states to collaborate and coordinate with the civil society organization in the preparation of the VNR processes and ensuring the presence of civil society organizations within the delegation when they are representing, specifically with regard to the gender equality. So that one point was discussed. Second point that came was that since it's all the member states are giving the opportunity, the high level panelists are giving the opportunity, the civil society places have already shrunk. So HLPF forums should provide a greater opportunity for the civil society organization with a larger half-day session where they are invited to share their thematic points, and it should be like a process within the agenda where all the panelists, all the high-level member states are there sitting and listening to the civil society context. So that's the second point. And the third point that came was that it's very important that high-level political forum should ensure the engagement or some sort of like side events with the member states and the civil society organizations who are coming, or the women major groups who are here at the high-level political forum in presence, and they should be like a meeting here and having side events or meetings with the particular women groups and other thematic groups, so that the coordination is ensured, and that coordination would further help in implementation and planning of the SDGs back within the countries. So I think these the points were also discussed, and all the other members, they also endorsed these points. So I just wanted to highlight here because Halima is not here. So I just wanted to raise these points here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very strong points. Thank you. Back to you, Oli.
Thank you, Clara, and thank you to all the groups on Zoom, and in particular that last group. Are we okay now? In particular, that last group, I think, has led us very nicely to the next session, because I think what was highlighted there in the last group and also on this table was around the VNRs and the lack of time that we have in the VNRs, the fact that we are reduced as major groups and other stakeholders to just a 2-minute intervention after each VNR. And actually the suggestion that was just made there was very interesting, to have longer time for each VNR, to have proper, more substantive discussions. We've also heard here from the UPR example where actually more recommendations can be made. The independent reports by civil society should be featured. It's something that we've raised repeatedly in the major groups and other stakeholders. So now in this next session, we're going to have time to hear from some of our colleagues from coalitions who have been doing their own independent reporting on the VNRs. As we gear up for next week's VNR session. So to take us through, I'd like to pass back over to our excellent moderator, Rajesh. Here we go.
Okay. Albert, are we able to get our online participants on the screen so that we can meet them? While Albert is sorting that out, I'll introduce the speakers we have here on the platform. Furthest away from me, Konstantinos Makiaras from Greece. We have Christina Richter from Belarus, Inez Vaivare from Latvia, and then online I can see Eva Schmassmann from Switzerland. Hi there. And then we have a couple of others joining us online as well. We should have, who's that I can see there? Okay, yeah, Uchita Tasoisa from Sri Lanka. Good to see you. And then I'm expecting also we should have Marceline Ateguya from Togo pop up at some point. And I believe that Kofi Kankam from Ghana, we're not sure if he's online. He's not online. Oh, okay. Okay, there's Marceline Ategua from Togo. Great to see you. And I believe that Kofi Kankam from Ghana is also joining us online as well.
Yes, I'm already online, Rajesh.
Oh, okay. There you are. Great. We just can't see at the moment. All right. So we have a lot of speakers, a lot of wisdom and experience to get through. So I'm going to run this session a little bit differently than this morning session. I actually want to give speakers time to tell us in detail. You know, how well do you feel that the VNR process in your country enabled inclusive dialogue? How well do you think civil society voices like from your country were included in feeding into your country's VNR? What do you think went well and didn't go well in that process? How legitimate a process do you think it's been? So, you know, you don't have to cover all those topics, but I'm going to give each of you about 3 to 5 minutes, first of all, just to kind of let us know how things went or how things have gone in your country. Christina, you look eager to jump in. Yeah, so why don't we start with you? You should have a microphone on your chair or right by you there. So Christina Richter from Belarus.
Sorry,
it's on, yeah.
Yeah, my name is Christina Richter. I'm a representative from the Svetlana Tikhanovskaya office. If you know, who is it? Svetlana Tikhanovskaya? Okay, I briefly put you in the Belarusian context. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya is a really elected president in Belarus, but now we have a problem that's still Alexander Lukashenko in the power in the country. And of course, Belarus joined to the Agenda 2030. And since 2050, the country making the step to achieve the SDGs on the national level. And according to the 2021 SDG index, Belarus ranked 24 out of the 165 countries. It is excellent achievement, isn't it? Yeah. But the reality then, after the large scale of the protests following the president's elections in 2020 and the large scale of the repression in the country, of course, it is impossible to talk about the achievements of the government of the Alexander Lukashenko in implementation of the SDGs. If to briefly react to the preparation of the VNR in Belarus, it doesn't include any independent NGOs in this process. Of course, government include in the process of preparation VNR the Congo, but you know, it means that civil society voice are not included in this preparation process at all. And it's happened because government forcibly closed more than 700 of the NGOs in the country at the one moment. It's what the decision when they make a search in these NGOs, and after that they closed forcibly this organization. And yeah, that's in this year, Belarusian has a VNR and trying to tell about the progress. But if to be honest, if to look the all SDGs in Belarus, now it's look like the huge regress, because when you have the not independent institutions in the country, the huge repressions in the country, more than 1,050 political prisons. You have a not independent court system. Of course, it's really hard to reflect about some SDGs, for example, like clean water. You know, it's the question about the situation with the rights in the country at all. Of course, the situation after the 2020 involves in the whole process of the SDGs in the country. For example, the education or gender equality, because you know that's or medicines, for example, groups of the teachers or the medicials was repressed because they expressed their point of view of the situation in the country. And we, as a Svetlana Tikhanovskaya office and Friedrich Ebert Schufting, our partners, decide that we want to prepare our alternative report, not a report, but view of the SDG implementations. Because yeah, in the some SDGs maybe it's look like achievement, but mostly, especially in the SDGs 16 and 17, we have a huge regress. But we are decided to prepare the review of the all SDGs, and we are communicate with a different representative of the civil society organization, collect the group of experts, and we have our own product, the Belarusian Civil Society Report on the Sustainable Development Goals implementation. If you're interested in, I can share you one maybe printed copy, or I have a QR codes which you can scan and see the online version of this report. And I maybe need to say that the preparation of our report was so hard, and it's really hard to include the view and the voice of the different representative of the civil society organization, because in our independent process, we are faced that really we need to collect the different views. But I think that's now this is final result of our work, and we want to present maybe deeply our alternative view. And if to come again to the topic, it's hard to say that Belarusian official delegates include the view of the civil society because of our situation. But we need to know that in our table, we discuss about what does it mean UN, and UN, it's not only about the states, it's about the people, and our voice as a civil society here is so strong. And I want that you are remembered that civil society in Belarus still fighting our rights, and sometime I think that will win. Thank you so much.
Christina, thank you. And the reason that I started with you have a particular case. I wanted us just to remind ourselves of the really huge range of experiences that civil society organizations are facing around the world. And yet, in the face of organizations being liquidated and closed down and the repression that civil society is facing, you're still able to produce that report because it's important. And ultimately, this is a rights-based agenda. So even in the face of a clamping down of rights and civil voices, you're still doing the work. So thank you and congratulations. And that's why I wanted to start with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Let's go to one of our online participants. And Kofi can come from Ghana. Perhaps we can start with you. From our online participants, and get you to tell us a little bit about the civil society organization coalition that you're part of in Ghana. How legitimately, how well, how has that been involved in Ghana's VNR process?
Thank you very much, Rajesh. Actually, Ghana adopted a whole society and a whole government approach in terms of developing the VNR process. And its main focus was on the progress of implementation of all the 17 SDGs, considering rapid assessment, and then taking into consideration the thematic areas of all the goals. And when I talk of the whole society and the whole government approach, basically the implementation is based on primarily through the decentralized planning system with a three-tier coordination structure to support the implementation, and also having in place a high-level ministerial committee. Basically, in terms of the CSO's engagement, it actually also adopted the multi-stakeholder approach, which actually was the same system that was used in 2019, where the CSOs have been largely included. They are part of the implementation coordination committee and have been involved in all the processes that have taken place from day one. But largely, one thing that I think was has been lacking in terms of the CSO's engagement my expectation was that there could have been a peer-to-peer engagement. You know, Ghana is presenting for the second time, and in terms of all this whole society and the whole government approach, there couldn't be a peer-to-peer engagement whereby there was an expectation that we could have also share our past experiences with other like-minded country members who were also presenting, or we could also learn from those that are even going in for the third time. But we couldn't have that opportunity. And then the other thing that I think was also has not been forthcoming was that the CSO platform actually this time around was also lacking a lot of resources, and had it not been the intervention of Action for Sustainable Development, I think the development of their spotlight reports or the CSO shadow report would have been very difficult. But with the intervention of the Action for Sustainable Development, we were able to use or implement their scorecard tool, which actually also gave us the opportunity to incorporate people from all levels within the country setup, especially the grassroots were very much also largely engaged. Then one thing that I've also realized that it has also been quite difficult even having access to the VNR report as we speak, and it's quietly being kept at the chest of the government. Probably maybe would be released somewhere in August after the HLPF, but I think that the civil society should have also been able to have easy access to that document. So in terms of our engagement, that is where Ghana has got into now. Thank you very much.
Okay, Kofi, thank you. Just want to kind of clarify. Yeah, give them a round of applause. Yeah, thank you. Sounds like you have, you're at sort of at the other end of the experience scale than someone like Christina. It sounds like there is good legitimate involvement. You talked about a lack of peer-to-peer access, and I'm wondering if you could just expand a little bit about on who you mean, and also want to get more of a sense of, you know, as you have been working, as civil society organizations have been working to help feed into the VNR, what is the process that you have been using to hear those more diverse voices? You sort of hinted at it a little bit, but I'd love to understand a little bit in more detail, if you can, brief.
Thank you very much, Rajesh. In terms of the peer-to-peer engagement, what I actually meant was that, you know, Ghana is doing our second presentation, and we expected that at least there could have been a room for us to engage other members from other countries who might also be coming in even for the first time or going in for the second time, so that it would be at the country level engagement in terms of the VNR report, for us to share best practices within ourselves. For example, as a second country, we could have shared our best practices with one of the first countries, and we could have also learned further from those that are also presented for the third time. So when I say the peer-to-peer engagement that was actually lacking, that is what I mean in terms of that. And then also in terms of the our input into the VNR report, as I said, there's a multi-stakeholder approach which the CSO has been incorporated into the implementation coordination committee, which they call the ICCC. So we have some of the members of the CSO platform being represented in the technical committee or the development committee, whereby we also incorporate our input into the document. But largely to say, we use the scorecard tool provided by Action for Sustainable Development, which actually gives room for larger consultation in terms of reaching out to all aspects of the society, all aspects of the government, and further going deep down to the grassroots level. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kofi. Let's stick with our online participants. Let's go to Sri Lanka and talk to Uchita de Zoisa. Uchita, I'm sure it's very late there for you, so really appreciate you being online with us. I'd love, you know, you again are in a country that is experiencing quite a lot of turmoil at the moment, with some clamping down on civil space. So in this environment, I'd love to get a sense from you of to what extent is civil society able to input into the VNR process? Do you think that participation is legitimate? And what do you think you've been able to contribute, if you are able to?
Thank you, Rajesh, and hi to everyone there in New York. We have not met for some time. First of all, while we are speaking from Sri Lanka, I'm under police curfew in my country. An illegal act by the government. Once again, there's nothing called in the law called police curfew, and tomorrow every citizen in this country is supposed to get onto the streets. So I will stop there on that. As the chief negotiator for Sri Lanka for 2016 and 17, you can go to the UN high-level political forums history and see what I have said for 2 years, that HLPF is a meaningless forum and the VNRs does not serve any purpose for a political forum after getting rid of the Commission for Sustainable Development failing for 15 miserable years. Now, first of all, the voluntary national review first time was presented in 2018 in Sri Lanka, just as I left as the advisor to the government, and had absolutely no inclusion in the process, nor did it have a methodology. Since then, there has been no process in Sri Lanka. To date, we do not have a roadmap, a policy, a strategy, an action plan, a financing plan, a monitoring mechanism, and suddenly, because of the influence of United Nations agencies and others, few individuals wanting to present themselves for personal agendas, Sri Lanka, in its worst political to economic crisis, they are in New York presenting a VNR for the second time. Absolutely shameless process that takes place. Number one, it does not have a methodology to include whole of government information. There's no process to collect. And I'm working very closely with the subnational to the national level agencies in the country, and they tell me there's nothing after 7 years. Secondly, there's no whole of society approach in Sri Lanka. And what the UN has done is given the government officials tricks under their sleeves to bring people into a room without a methodology and take them to sign that they were participating in these 5-star hotel rooms. And that is called participation. It is not called engagement. Let me not waste your time and go to, because of that, what we are doing. In 2018, we launched what is called the Sri Lanka Stakeholder SDG platform. And we, for the first time in the world, presented the first voluntary people's review. And we are onto the second one as well. Now, what do? This time, we are doing a voluntary people's review, voluntary subnational review, a people's scorecard for A4ST, and a SDG plus 16 plus spotlight. The methodology is the most important thing. We have a macro to micro assessment. The micro assessment will look at the 169 targets assessed by the 244 indicators. And we have a 30 aspect rating scheme also combined for the macros. Now, A4SD has 10 out of that and 14 into the overall. We have a 30. Both together, from the micros, the SDGs, the micros, and to the macros for the transformation, we assess this. By next week, before the high-level segment starts, we are going to launch the voluntary people's review. Now, couple of things. How do we do this? Out of the 9 provinces in Sri Lanka, in 7 provinces, we have had consultations. In the 3 of the provinces, we were hosted by the chief secretaries of the provincial councils. This is government. So please understand that what we are trying to do is, in a failing process of a high-level political forum with a meaningless voluntary national review, which has no civic or any stakeholder engagement in either 2 processes, we are trying to give a methodology of how to assess. Also, please understand that some of the reviews that are happening across the world do not reflect the realities of our country. If you look at some are put in Sri Lanka, which we don't have fuel, we don't have food, we do not have energy, and we are stuck inside like chicken put in cages by a regime that is oppressive. So to answer your question, Rajesh, a process that does not have a methodology, a process that does not have inclusion, the process does not translate into transformation, is a meaningless process, and the motions keep on going on in New York under the guise of a political forum. And countries like Sri Lanka and many others are getting scot-free, just coming and throwing a report of a marketing nature. Thank you.
Uchita, thank you so much. I just want to follow up with you very quickly to understand a bit more. You've described a situation where there is no process for you to be involved with. I don't need you to repeat what you said about that. We understand that. But yet you're still, like in Belarus, you're still doing the work. And I want to understand how are you gathering the information? How are you doing it?
Rajesh, first of all, the future is ours, not theirs. It is about us, about the people. So you don't give up hope on the future of a nation, of a people, of a world, of its citizens. Now, second part is that perseverance. In doing this, I didn't have time, but I will tell you that we set up 17 review groups with researchers, with over 100 experts that we mobilized without a single dollar, and all of them voluntarily. And we had to scout through liters after liters from village to district when we went to do the hearings. And when countries say that we don't have data, when the government say that we don't have data, we can give you data after data. It is a problem of a lack of data democracy and a lack of data sharing, and a lack of data, disaggregated data being collected and cleaned up and presented in meaningful ways. So the answer to your question is that you need to have a methodological approach, and civil society must not simply engage in feel-good, emotional reporting. There must be methodological approaches to show that the transformation is happening or not, where the gaps are, where the leveraging can happen. That is what we are doing. And the report will be there. In the next round, I'll go into more detail. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Christina, you wanted to make a comment on that? Christina Richter from Belarus.
I just want to add that, that we doing that because if we are not doing, it means that nothing nothing change, and our government will so grateful for that empty space that's not exist other opinion, because they really want that nobody talk other view. But that I really support the question about the methodology and how to involve the civil society in all this process, because we're doing this, we did this great job, but I really not sure that I want to repeat it again, because it was so hard to prepare the whole review from the civil society and have for example, access to the information, because the all access to the information has a government. And I understand that without building some partnership, it's will be like, we share our point of view, but it's hard to repeat it and again and again and again without any changes, because the methodology and procedure to involve in the civil society, it's so important. And the question about the information which are on the official website of UN, because our review are not published there, and it's mean that we are need to act more and more to share our review, our opinion. And if, for example, will be exist some official procedure how that's published in the official website, it means that we are needing to react and maybe, I don't know, find some places where to spread our opinion.
Understood. Okay, Christina, thank you. Ines Vivera from Latvia. I see you taking a lot of notes and nodding. So tell us a little bit about the CSO coalition in Latvia, your experience of being involved in Latvia's VNR process. I mean, is it more legitimate from the stories, some of the stories we've heard? How have you been involved? What's your own process? And what do you think you've been able to contribute?
Thank you. Actually, I need to step back a little bit to 2018 when we had first VNR process. And that was, I would say at that moment, one of the very best examples. We were really involved. I was reporting together with our Minister of Economy. And after this VNR, we actually established multi-stakeholder coalition with private sector, academia, government, and we as NGOs were leading that. And actually, it was so doubtful that when we were joining a global network of such coalitions, they were asking, is it true? Do you really cooperate with your government? So they even didn't expect such good case. But there's always but, right? So, and this but will be quite interesting. It will not be internal but external. Since 2018, we actually had three big challenges in our country. One was what most of us, let's say all of us faced, that was COVID-19. I probably don't need to go in details, but there were two more. One was our neighbor Belarus, because when actually these crazy things with when this illegitimate president started to oppress his own people, we needed to help. So we joined that process. Then, actually, when Russian aggression started in Ukraine, we needed to step again up. And how did it influence our VNR, which we are presenting actually on Tuesday? Because we just didn't have time. Our government was inviting us to join the process, but we couldn't join. So actually, it's not always about governments who don't invite, but it's also about us who cannot join because of some kind of circumstances. And I would say that I'm really grateful that our government has been quite honest, because our VNR Spotlight report that you will be able to read is actually more or less at the same evaluation of what's going on. And I'm quite proud that they trust me, because I will be presenting again with the Minister of Education, and they don't know what I will be presenting. So I'm really happy about that.
They're okay with that?
You see, I will still present. So yes. Let's see it on Tuesday. But just to share, if I can, 2 points about what made me think. So what we did, we did questionnaire, we did also scorecard, and I appreciate scorecard because it is some kind of methodology we can follow. We can develop it, but I think it's very good. And we also made a lot of discussions with youngsters in rural areas. So we have proposals by youngsters and by NGOs. But what made me think a little bit was actually how we perceive ourselves as NGOs. And I think we like all the time to say that we are vulnerable, we are dependent, and of course we are. But at the same time, we need to understand that we are also source of innovations, source of transformations, and we need to be more proud about ourselves, not just to ask something, but also how we contribute to the development. And this is something that I was lacking a little bit. And just to finalize this situation, this as Oli said, specific case in a way because of this external intervention, which made internal processes quite hard, is I started to think that we don't need to think just about these three blocks of sustainable development. We need to think also about sustainability of democracy. We see democracy decreasing in Europe, unfortunately, very fast. And this situation with Russia's aggression in Ukraine actually is very hard because not of just the impact that it has on food security and so on, but also on values that we are all standing for. And this is really war of values, I would say also. So thank you.
Thank you. I actually just want to follow up quickly with you. I don't quite understand why you CSOs were not able to be as involved because of the Russian aggression in Ukraine. What were you stopped from doing and why?
I love this question. And I will tell you why. Because when war started in Ukraine, we understood that the systems that we have also built as NGOs don't work. Big NGOs were waiting when something will happen, and then they will start to help Ukraine. What did our people do? They stood up, they donated. We actually had enormous rise of activism. We have never had so many donations. And if you compare by GDP, then Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, we are actually donating more than Germany, United States, Canada. So, and that's why actually we understood that it's not the question, should we help, but we were just helping. So of course, at this situation, when our partners were just without anything because they couldn't receive humanitarian aid because the system was not working. So we were busy to help people. And my priority always will be helping people, not writing the documents.
I understand. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's go to Togo. Let's speak with Marceline Ataguya. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. And I'd love to get an understanding about the civil society's ability to be involved in Togo's VNR process.
Thank you, Radit, for the opportunity. My name is Ataguya Marceline from Young Volunteers for the Environment NGO in Togo. And let's say that 4 years ago, the government invited some civil society to contribute to the drafting of the National Development Plan after just the adoption of the Agenda 2013. And they had some initial contact, but various groups were fighting each other. So in this context, we decided to form a working group to try and forge our own way into the process. We use the SDG window as it provided to not leave no one behind, to bring all groups together and establish a platform in which everyone has the same power, because our goal was to reach out to as many organizations as possible to really leave no one behind. And luckily, almost everyone believed in the process, and we ended up creating the civil society working group. And my organization, Young Volunteers for the Environment, were really engaged in that process. And this year, as our country, my country is presenting for the first time, this year everything has changed. Why? Because we were integrated at the first step of the development of the VNR in the national process. We were a bit like a focal point within all the organization or civil society organization in the country, whereby we have like a bilateral discussion with the government to reintroduce ourselves through all the experiences we gathered 3 years ago, and we enter in the process. So we were a bit like a focal point of civil society organization, whereby the government has been even inviting other organizations to join the process. And luckily, we participate through the surveys. We even, let's say, edit the national survey developed by the government to fit into our action like civil society organization working in the ground. And we fill in the form, we participate, and the government even organized a retreat whereby we were represented, though we wish to be like in like a bit 5 person, but since it does not allow, at least we had a representative, a delegate into the national process who took part to the process in bringing out our voice. And this year we are having like our 3rd shadow report to the implementation of the SDGs only by civil society organization. One thing I want to spotlight is that the involvement of the stakeholders is not just a task for the government. We in Togo, talking about our own experience, we have been taking things into our own hands. We were like, if we don't go, if we don't take part, it's our concern. So better make effort, we involve even our own resources to enable broad participation so that the principle, the main principle of the SDG, leave no one behind, is assured. And the result today we see is a win-win situation for both sides. And the impact of that goes beyond the civil society footprint on a government document those years. And also through that collaboration, we are even able, since for 3 years now, we were able to be part of the national delegation to be represented at the high-level political forum in New York. That's in broad what I can say toward that process in Togo. Thank you. Maybe if you have questions that may enlighten me to come into details in some issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Marceline. Thank you. Let's give Marceline a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure people will have questions. I have a couple of questions, but I want to hold on to them because I'm keeping an eye on the time and I want to get through our two remaining speakers today, and then we'll open up for questions from the audience. But yeah, I definitely have questions for all our participants. Konstantinos Machayaras from Greece. How has civil society been able to participate in your country, in the Vietnam?
Thank you for this question. Hard to follow these examples. In Greece, we actually used it, as your question was, as an opportunity for dialogue. And it was something that we really invested time in seeing whether we can open new doors to communicate with more people. And we still don't know whether it was an impactful dialogue or it was a serious dialogue. That remains to be shown. What I'm trying to say is that the VNR and all this, may I say, brouhaha, creates a buzz. And in Greece, at least, we hadn't spoken about the SDGs since 2019. Nobody was talking about it anymore. Anyway, even the narrative was about climate focused a lot. So sometimes in this kind of media reporting, you forget the rest. So the announcement of that Greece is going for the second VNR gave us the opportunity to actually push the envelope debate about bringing people back together to discuss about it. And that's a good, actually, the good thing about belonging to networks and being part of events like this and working with, alliances like GCAP, and of course, because we knew about the VNR happening for Greece this year, even probably before our own government. So the first call we actually made was the government itself. And imagine their surprise when you call them up and you have nothing to ask of them, just to offer your help. Guys, do you know about this? It's a relatively new government. They weren't there on the previous VNR. Are you aware of it? You have a team in place. Do you need any help? So that's something that it's not as if we work together, but we started creating this sort of area that can be some trust in order to see how we can evolve in the years to come. We did see an intention of trying to be inclusive and trying to find ways where they can include diverse opinions. However, as it was said before as well, there's no processes. Governments, especially in Europe, are open to the dialogue. By the way, now it's more or less an EU law. You're not going to get any funding without proving that you had co-designed or had public consultations. But even then, either they do it just to say they did it, or they don't have the capacity to do it properly. And that's another place where governments need help from civil society on how to do dialogue. So, for example, in Greece, even though I can testify that they have no reason to say that they weren't good intentions, imagine that we had 9 days to publicly consult on the VNR, the final draft, before it was sent to the UN. It was 286 pages. Who from civil society has the capacity in 9 calendar days to have a public consultation for 286 pages? The second call that we did was to academia and researchers and universities. Because the realization was that the truth is that we don't have any data, especially civil society doesn't have any data. We know a lot of experiential, we have a lot of experiential testaments. We know sometimes what's needed, but we don't really have experience on how to work with data. And that gave us the opportunity to start talking with universities, with some research centers, help us out because we've heard the last couple of days that all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, we start having data, but we need to know how to use them. And to be honest, I don't think civil society already is trained on how to do that. Some success was the fact that, and it was mentioned for Latvia as well, we actually reached out to the business sector, which is something that is a big no-no from the part of civil society as well. And also when you reach out to the business sector, they also look at you a bit apprehensive. So what are they going to do now? And the ask was that, listen, guys, why don't we find a few common things we can be helping our government? And we actually managed to get a coalition with a business representation as well, like UN Global Compact Greece or other coalitions of business representation, to say to the government, listen, we're going to do our best to give you elements of your VNR this year, but you know what? Don't call us just every 3 years. So we signed a common agreement with other stakeholders from the business sector, from academia, from civil society, that we want our government to find ways where we can have an ongoing monitoring mechanism so it makes sense. And more or less, at least verbally, they have agreed. And this is going to be also my question at the VNR on the 12th, when we also present as Greece. So then we started to trying to have the conversation going among civil society. And to be honest, this is the hardest. Civil society in Greece, at least, it was hard to convince them from the beginning in 2015 that this had any that they needed to devote time on this. Okay, because it was, on the back of the MDGs, and the people had doubt about this, and all of a sudden you're telling people that were working on this for, like decades, take this column and say which goal you are. Or now I saw yesterday that they have, we were saying before, they have like, who was it, Minnie the Pooh or somebody else, as a new mascot of the SDGs. No, it was somebody, Hello Kitty. So there's a lot of distrust in civil society about what is this and how much even the UN is greenwashing the whole situation. After that, you have a country which has been, like not like the example of but the last 10 years in Greece, you had the financial crisis, that then you realize it was a morality crisis that led to a societal crisis, and then you have the refugee crisis, and then you have the energy crisis and the pandemic crisis. So organizations in Greece were, first of all, fatigued. Second of all, the capacity usually is that we do things like the same thing that happened in Ukraine. So for when the refugee situation was terrible in 2015, 2016 in Greece, people just moved on the harbors and started helping. They couldn't wait for the UN to come in. So we realized that civil society in Greece really hadn't spoken about the SDGs for many years. They didn't have even the chance to read the questionnaires we were sending. However, thanks to the help of A4SD and some of the tools we use from them, we managed to get them together and also to convince them that it's about time that, and this is a criticism for our own sector, that, listen, you cannot say I'm an environmental organization and have no idea what's going on in the humanitarian sector. I mean, it's about time that we actually spend time on this. I have to be honest, though, but that most organizations don't have the capacity to spend time on this. And that's also, again, the question, who's going to pay for that advocacy role? That an organization must have somebody to be able to spend time with other organizations to converse, and then we all go together and converse with us, like the government. So convincing the organizations not to work in silos and convincing them that it's worth it was something, and I'm going to be talking hopefully a bit later about this. The things that we didn't manage to do this year, is we didn't have the time, we're hoping to do it later, to actually speak with the citizens. Even us, it's about our own bubble. Let's make sure that we complete this and that we're ready by the 4th of July to be in New York to present this. We didn't have the time to go out and speak to marginalized people. We say that we found a common language, but it still hasn't been trickled down as a common language to reach out to the community.
You've raised a lot of really great issues. I have to get Eva in, because Eva's sat patiently waiting for us, and I want to hear from her. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of questions. I sort of wish we had the rest of the afternoon just to go through all of these, because there's so much here. But Eva Schmassmann in Switzerland, thank you again for staying up late on a Friday evening for us. I'd love to get you now to kind of give us the experience of civil society voices and organizations in your country in giving input and helping to prepare the VNR.
Well, thank you for having me here. Maybe just to start, when listening to my colleagues, I once again realize how lucky I am that I'm living in Switzerland and that I'm actually talking from quite a privileged point of view. When it comes to the SDGs, however, I think, well, Switzerland, when you are looking at, for example, the SDG index that comes in the Sustainable Development Report from SDSN and others, Switzerland is ranking really high on achieving the SDGs. We are like in the 8th place on a global ranking. But if you are looking then on the spillover effects, and I think that's the point that matters, Switzerland is ranking then from the bottom on the 7th place. So what we are doing is offering a very high standard in Switzerland for many of the SDGs, but by the same time, contributing that other countries in other parts of the world, especially in the global south, cannot achieve their SDGs because as a tax haven, we are like taking away tax money from poorer countries and not leaving enough resources to the governments in these countries to realize the SDGs. When it comes to the VNR process in Switzerland, Switzerland was presenting 4 years ago, first time, and we did have somehow a similar process of the government coming to all different stakeholders, inclusive civil society, and asking for like our opinion, our assessment of where we are standing, where Switzerland is standing on all the 17 SDGs and all the targets. 4 years ago, however, the government then also organized like big gatherings with all different stakeholders to discuss the data they were gathering in the first step. And this time, the government did not do this. I don't know what exactly is the case for this. We were from civil society asking repeatedly for having also a space to discuss then the data that we were contributing to and to see what is happening actually with the data, how they are analyzing this and what kind of assumptions they are forming about it. As Swiss Civil Society Platform, we are a network of more than 50 civil society organizations in Switzerland. The biggest chance of this data contribution process was somehow to have to think about where is Switzerland actually standing. And what we did the last 6 months was then coming up with our own civil society report and taking our own analysis and conclusions out of the data we were contributing to in the VNR process of the government. And as you can imagine, the VNR that Switzerland will present also on the 12th next week, and the report that we are producing as civil society, they do differ on quite some items. What I said in the beginning is just one of them. Switzerland is in its VNR very much focusing on the situation in the country and not taking into account enough the footprint that we are leaving on other countries. And especially the Swiss VNR, that's my biggest critique, is it's not developing way forwards or presenting solutions to the problems that they are themselves seeing when it comes to biodiversity loss, climate change, etc. So this is like what we then did in our civil society report, really coming up with demands on changes for politicians, and especially I think that Switzerland is not a country that is courageous when it comes to policy, to defining new transformative ways for society or economy. Our government is rather waiting for businesses to adopt solutions, to adopt rules themselves. They are not courageous enough to really set the guidelines for a sustainable transformation in the economy, but also at the society at large.
Okay. All right, Eva Schmassmann, Switzerland, thank you so much for your experiences there, which seem mixed at best. Yeah, give them some applause. I'm conscious of giving you all a chance to have some lunch, but I would like to give you right now an opportunity, audience, if you've questions for any of our panelists. I'm going to take just three. I'm going to do the three people whose hands are up right now. Let's start with you, and then we'll go to you and then you. And if you could just stand up, if you could stand up and tell us briefly where you're from, that would be great.
Okay.
It's on.
What time is it? Afternoon. Okay. Afternoon all. My name is Maitelo Pale. I am from Botswana, southern part of this world. I'm from an organization called Botswana Council of Non-Governmental Organization. It's a secretariat of all NGOs in Botswana. So that is where I work. So one of the things that really made me to come to New York is going to be a comment and also questions or both, was that I really wanted to come and see how other civil society organizations were able to put together the reports. Because for the first time, we were really engaged in putting together the VNR. Because what government did this time around that was different from the other times was that they partnered with Bokongo, which is the Council of Civil Society. And how we work is that we do have structures around the country where government, when they worked with us, we used our structures to actually reach out to the people, for them to mobilize the people to come together so that they can have an input into the VNR. So for the first time, really, we thought that government was really boarding us on board when they were putting together the VNR, which is something that is very commendable. And then one of the things was that with our interactions, we also, fortunately, we saw that there were also gaps when we did the consultations. You know, you were consulting for something else, but at the same time, we saw that there were gaps that were arising, that we found, that we agreed that once we disseminate the report, those are the gaps. Now, when we go back to the people, those are the gaps that we have to try and iron out. And then the other, maybe as a highlight of putting together the VNR, was that for the first time also, we didn't spend money on hiring the consultant. There was a core team that was made from civil society, from business, and even from government, that we are the ones that we really put together that report for ourselves. So no one external was come and put together that report for us. So that is one of the highlights also that I'd like to share, that indeed it was something that was very commendable, that we really had ownership towards that. And then we went to the far reaching areas that we never thought we would go to by using our structures, that we even reach out to far places. So which was also something that was commendable. Thank you.
We should have put you on the stage, actually.
Yes.
Should have given you an opportunity to speak, but okay. Okay, if it's okay, I'm going to pick up the other two comments, actually, just with an eye on time. Thank you. Gentleman at the back, we're going to get a microphone to you. And is it a question that you have for our speakers, or is it a contribution? Okay.
And just like my colleague who just spoke, I work with the Nigerian Network of NGOs, which is an umbrella for NGOs in Nigeria. And of course, we also have the consultative status with the youth. I think the learning And in this room, I have the wife of one of the governors in Nigeria in this room. She's seated there. And she's one of our ambassadors for the SDG. And what this has meant for us locally is that we're able to use our assets and resources to convene. All right. For instance, on 2 occasions, we've had an international conference around the SDGs, mobilizing, that asset for us to convene and discuss the SDGs. Plus also the work that is happening on the ground around deep dive analysis of what exactly is happening in that state and feeding that back to government. And I'm sure Her Excellency will be proud at this time when she might have heard what has happened with civil society in other countries and how we've been able to use our resources for that. And I thought I should mention that as part of strategies that we're using. Of course, civic space is still not good in Nigeria as where we want it to be. But in the last 3 days, she's been here taking notes. And our plan is that we continue to tap into our own assets of getting to the local government. For instance, she leads a community of wives of political leaders at the local level. And we're hoping that by the time we get back to Nigeria, using again the knowledge she's gotten, we can use that to convene those deep dive analysis of influence that can happen and where we can get the SDGs, really discuss, plus also getting data for mapping how our government is improving.
Okay, great. And then let's get the final comment from this lady over here in the blue sweater.
I have a question and not a comment. Justina from Lithuania and also GCAP Global. Thank you, all of you. And my question goes to Christina and the colleague from Sri Lanka. If you could share with us and explain, right? It's enormous work you did. I'm interested in 2 aspects. One is when you as a civil society act, right, and try to put a report together or mobilize the civil society actors, there is no surprise you have also government established NGOs, right, operating in the country, which will probably also come to UN, or when you're back to Belarus, right, they're gonna applause the report saying, wow, we also civil society, and you did a great job, right, Belarus, wonderful. So during your process, I mean, do you have any lashes to receive the data to include people from also so-called civil society, established by the government and acting? I mean, do you feel stopping also like the barriers from them? And my second question was about you, Christina, what you mentioned. I mean, the process is exhausting, right? It takes resources, it takes time. Once you finish, you feel happy, but, right, there's always but then you feel the point of advocacy, right? Dissemination, and so what's next, what we can do. So maybe if you could share, both of you, your ideas or more advices for us as a civil society, the ones, how we could support you more. I mean, how we could collaborate in this, how we can use your report. I mean, your ways of seeing how we can, engage together out of the enormous work GCAP or Forest is already doing. But I mean, how, where we can be there for you and with you.
I think maybe I started to answer. That's regarding the first question. I want to tell that I maybe forget to explain that all our report was prepared in a condition where we work in exile. We are not in a country, especially me. I'm not in a country the year and a half because I can come back. Can come back in a country because a crime, political investigation against me in the country, and we have a lot of people like that, especially the activists and civil society representatives. And because of it, it's hard to prepare this report. It was not the choosing the experts or asking the people about the situation and their point of view. It's a condition where you work in exile. You sometimes can understand how to receive the data. If you see our report, you see that not all the chapters are signed as the authors, because a lot of representatives from the civil society organization are really scared about their security, because some of them stay in a country, or some of them not staying in a country, but some have the families in a country and so on. And of course, the war context, as you say, that's when war started, of course, me at organization in Belarus have a huge experience how to help people in so difficult situation, of course, will include in all this process. And me personally, I faced with the question how to continue this work when you are talking about the sustainable development in the situation when the sustainable regress and the war, not that's somewhere, it's near you, and you, your friends, your family included in this process. And we trying to collect the experts because you know that civil society in Belarus is so strong. We have such a huge experience organization, and because of it, we are trying to build our methodologies that we are find the experts in a different fields, and they collect the data from their network. For example, someone who works with ecological questions, they collect the data from the different experts and how we are doing that. And I think that if we can do that exile, it means that everyone can do that. And about the international support, I think it's really a hard question because we are really not expect from your international community is deeply concerned of our situation. But we are, because we are all time faced with this. But of course, this is a fight of the Belarusian people, firstly. First of all, I want to ask you that please scan QR code and read our report and share it with your network. I will put it maybe there and there, the few copies of this one. And I think that it's so important to collect the knowledge about the other country, because I really know that our situation in Belarus is not so unique. But first of all, the spreading the information about the situation and being focused on it, I think that's very helpful for us, firstly. And maybe your expertise or I don't know, human sources, it's really important. And I think that together we can change the situation. And I really hope that a few years later, we are faced the situation when we are build the partnership with the government, because I think that all of us need to go to this result of relationship between the civil society and government.
Okay. All right.
Rajesh?
Yeah, if you put your QR code sheet somewhere, people can take a
of course,
scan it if they want.
Should
Everyone,
I-
I'm going to set you a little bit of homework on that second question from our questioner. You know, how
Rajesh, should I come in to answer?
I'm just going to come to you in 1 second, Ushita. Just hold on 1 second. I'm setting some homework for everyone here. For the rest of the day, I want you to think about this question, because I don't think we can address it in the 2 minutes we have left, about how you can each learn from each other's work, how you can share that, and how you can strengthen your own work through each other's work. Have a think about how you share, how you can come together to share as civil society organizations, because governments do that as well. There are venues for governments to learn how to do better VNR processes. Ushita, very quickly to you on this one question. When you are doing your work of basically circumventing a government that doesn't want you to be involved, do you talk to people from government-run NGOs?
Okay, let me combine the two questions, because I thought the question from your colleague was in the audience was a very meaningful one going forward. First of all, the challenge is not about just reporting on SDGs, it is about the transformation. If anyone understood from why we failed on Agenda 21 and why we are on a quicker path on Agenda 2030, is because we didn't focus on the transformation. That is not what is happening. Second is, what you do is that with the experience, we knew that you just can't do it with just civil society kind of approaches alone. We have built in countries which says that there's no data, and across the world which talks about very linear data, which does not have comparison between scenarios for breakdowns to transformation. We have brought in over thousands and thousands of pages of data collection, putting a professional young team who knows how to scout for data, which the government hides even. Some of the data comes from the government as the first reference. Second comes from independent sources like academia to civil society, trade unions to business and industry, and particularly our relationship with the subnational level governments as well as the governments. The second part is about how do you measure what you need to recalibrate. You need to recalibrate the context that SDGs are implemented on. The policy, the localizing, the financing, all of that needs to be recalibrated. I'm very glad that A4SD adopted the methodology of a -5 to +5 rating scale that we are adopting in Sri Lanka. Thank you for that. And this is the first time that is happening, but we go very deep into it. I'll give you an answer into how this follows it. First of all, in 2021 early, we signed up with the Marine Environment Protection Authority of Sri Lanka, a partnership for SDG 14+ and set up a collaborative secretariat between both of us, from an independent sector to the government. The National Physical Planning Department of Sri Lanka wants to go into a second one with us. At least 3 provincial councils wants to go with provincial sustainability plans that I proposed in 2016 after nearly 7 years. So that is the first part of it. Do we get international support? There's absolutely limited international support for the transformation. They talk about just putting the logos of SDGs. They talk about little projects to cover up their own agendas. And that is not what we are talking about from our part. We believe that I will be releasing next week, and anyone who wants to have all of these reports, we will be happy to share. Number one, we are leaving the world with a methodological assessment of using the indicators, using the macros for transformation, the transformative items, and a combination of that is only way you are going to look at whether the transformation is happening. It is not about tracking down on a numerical way or a soft way, just what the SDGs are doing in a fragmented way. The interlinkages, the integration between the 3 dimensions, these are important. So, at last, it is about transformation at our own end. If the domestic resource mobilization is not strong, you are left alone in this world. And when you are left alone in this world, your ODAs, your FDIs, all of this doesn't work. Let me leave with a final statement that I made to the plenary in 2016-2017 HLPF, is that the SDGs is a new agenda, the 2030 transformation agenda, serviced by an old financing architecture. Your trade architecture is old. Your financing architecture is old. And you leave people simply to find their own ways of transformation and meet annually for a meaningless outcome. And it keeps on going. So I'm glad that the question was asked. I'm happy that what we have done will remain for not just years to come, but decades to come, because the process that we have adopted in Sri Lanka is pushing us. Everybody now in my team is working around the clock, and I'm still awake as well. So thank you. All the best to you.
Okay. Well, everyone, thank you again for your creativity and your thoughtfulness in this session. We have overrun. I want you to get some lunch so you can re-energize yourself for the afternoon. But I would like to invite you, please, to give a very big thank you to all our speakers who've given us some amazing insights. Thank you very much.
Could I get the mic? Okay, there we go. I wanted to just jump in to say a big thank you also to Rajesh, who's been with us all morning. Thank you so much. And to say that this has been, for me, this is the most important session, this one on the VNRs. And I know that we've been working with many of you to do these spotlight reports, and we'll certainly look forward to having much more time. I mean, it's true, we could have a whole day just on this subject. And I know many of us have been involved in many webinars in the build up to this, and we will have that 2-minute slot for each of the VNRs, and through the major groups and other stakeholders, we're fighting to make sure that we get every one of those speakers here, or if not, then at least joining virtually as we've had today. I know that both Marceline and Kofi have just received their visas, but if they make it in time, we hope they'll make it.
Arguably the greatest ever human endeavor undertaken to create just, equal, and sustainable societies. It's been almost 7 years since Agenda 2030 was established. Are you satisfied with the progress that we've made across the world on this great endeavor?
Can you hear me? Yes. No, thank you very much for this invitation. It's a pleasure to share some time with you on these important themes. As you know, as you said, we are co-facilitators with Margot of this delicate negotiations on the HLPF, which is the kind of annual verification of the state of implementation of the Agenda 2030, the SDGs, and with a special focus this year on 4 or 5 SDGs, the number 4 on education, 5 on gender, 14 and 15 on oceans and terrestrial ecosystem, and the 17 is on partnerships, which is a constant of these reviews. To answer to your question, is yes or not? First of all, I remind that next year there will be an important summit on SDGs. Will be the mid-review of the state of the implementation of the Agenda 2030, starting from 2015 until now, until next year. I think what the Agenda 2030 so far has done is definitely give us a platform for our common agenda, a platform very important where we know very well what kind of a planet we want, what are our goals, the 17 SDGs with all the details, 169 targets, you know, it's very good. But the problem lies, and I quote what is said in the our common agenda of the General Secretary General, when it comes to the how we can achieve these goals. I think a lot remains to be done and to be improved. There's no doubt, everybody knows, I mean, that we are lagging behind by and large in the implementation of the SDGs and of the common agenda. We have to do more and better. The SDG is doing and the target is doing its utmost to stimulate a better implementation. But of course, there were some unforeseen events in the last years, the pandemic first, and now the war in Ukraine, which risk really to push back the implementation of this agenda. So we have to do extra efforts, and this is when I say we, I refer not only to the 193 member states and governments, but also the multi-stakeholder that approach, so the subnational governments, civil society, very important, private sector. So it's a common duty and responsibility. It's not only about central government. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador, for that. Ambassador, if I may turn to you. Agenda 2030, of course, we have to do more and better, as Ambassador Masahi reminded us. It also contains commitments on effective civil society partnerships, commitments on access to information and fundamental freedoms, commitments on responsive, inclusive, and participatory decision-making. So I want to just ask you the same question with a little bit of a twist. Do you think we are making progress here? What's lacking, and what can we do better?
Also the microphone, not only the negotiation.
So let me thank you, Mandeep, and all the organizers for inviting me. And as you are well, as I was introduced, we are both myself and Ambassador Masari are doing the co-facilitation on the high-level political forum ministerial declaration this year. And it's actually the first time my country has decided to co-facilitate such a huge document. But it's not the first time that we negotiated the SDG. We are also one of the proponents of the goals 14 and 13. as key priorities that has shaped this actually 13, 14, 16, and 17, some of the elements of 17 in terms of moving the agenda forward. So in terms of ownership, as I said, how are we faring? Since 2015 till now, we're, as my colleague has highlighted, we're in almost a halfway point between 2015 to 2030. Next year is a big meeting for all the ministers and all governments to look at where they have, what they have done or what they have achieved in the last 15 years. Have they made it? Well, I think based on the political declaration that you have, on the 5 goals that we have before us that was under review, we haven't made that much progress. And some we've missed expired targets in 2020. So overall, the trajectory, the outlook does not look good. And there are reasons for those kind of things that happens. That was highlighted by Ambassador Masari, from the COVID to the, all the challenges of developing countries, as well as the actual challenges of the COVID and now the Ukraine war that has impact on everyone. However, the twist here is, I think, as you said rightfully, the importance of the role of civil society is critical to ensuring that the governments not only become accountable, but actually it reflects a thriving society and the social sphere of society if the civil society keep the governments accountable to such goals like global agenda. So I say that, but if, for example, in Nauru, we don't have a thriving civil society, not because of anything, because most of the employees are government employees. So it's hard for them to differentiate between the policy goals of Agenda 2030 that the government pushes to ensure that they meet the 2030 agenda before the time expires, and as well as the civil society are quite weak in terms of driving it forward because it's not really fully localized yet, but there needs to be that localization so that that realization of ownership has to come from also not only just governments, but also civil society. So I think that is the key critical part that we need to take on for the next 15 years that we have left on the 2030 agenda.
Thank you, Ambassador Daya. In fact, your point about civil society's role in keeping governments accountable is also the role which is most contested at the moment, with civic space being extremely challenged. And, in my own experience from a Global Civil Society Alliance, almost every day we receive messages from our members and partners around the world who are facing highly disenabling conditions. Some of their organizations are being starved of funding. Some of their organizations are being deregistered, and unfortunately, many of them are also being subjected to false cases, and in some cases there have been physical attacks too. So perhaps maybe in the negotiations, if some of these concerns from civil society could be kept in mind, it would be good. Ambassador Herman, you've played a very important role including in the formulation of the Secretary General's call to action on human rights. You've been a great champion on integrating Sustainable Development Goals agenda, the International Bill of Rights. There's a very clear correlation between both of them. So what keeps you awake at night with regards to Agenda 2030 and the world at large?
That's really that's a really good question. I suppose what keeps me awake at night is how do we turn aspirations into concrete actions? I think there is so much discussion where we can agree on things conceptually, but how do we actually turn it into something that we can operationalize? Now, I want to pay tribute to Mauricio and Margot, who have taken on themselves this ungrateful task of trying to facilitate negotiation between 193 member states on a document which is 130 plus paragraph, double-digit number of pages that are negotiated hawkishly with every word. And that is in many ways very, very ungrateful task. And how do we afterwards take these things and translate them into something that actually makes a real difference in the real lives of real people? I think that is what keeps me awake at night. How the work that we do here in New York, whether we are member states, civil society, private sector, how does that actually translate into action on the ground? I think we have a joint responsibility. I think it's often very easy, and sorry for being provocative, for civil society to point fingers at member states. But how can we take that energy, that passion about change, and turn it into something that we can actually operationalize? Because I think the solution lies in operationalizing Goal 17, recognizing that there will always, and there must always be, an element of tension between civil society and governments. That's how it is when you hold somebody to account. But there must also be a partnership, a recognition that we play different roles. But if we are to translate the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2030 into reality, then we need to be able to hold each other's hands while we keep a distance. That's what keeps me awake.
Thank you. Good points, which I agree with fully. I want to now turn to Ambassador Espinosa, who has been actually navigating some of these issues through a series of town halls that the Coalition for UN We Need has been conducting. So Ambassador Espinosa, what's coming out of these town halls that you've been involved in? Would you be able to share some of the preliminary findings at this stage?
Sorry, I think I was muted. Thank you, Mandeep, and greetings to the panelists, esteemed ambassadors, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this vital discussion. I was saying that I apologize for my voice, but I am a vivid example that COVID is not over yet. I'm just undergoing, for the second time, COVID in Germany, where I am based right now. It's 100,000 cases per day, and I happen to be one of them. So apologies for that. Responding to your question, Mandeep, I think that it's important that perhaps for the ones that are not familiar, to briefly introduce what the Coalition for the UN We Need is. And the UN and its member states began the deliberations of the 75th anniversary of the UN, a coalition of civil society organizations came together under the banner of UN 2020. And the idea was to strategize around its input to the process, and as part of the 75th anniversary dynamics in 2020, there were, as we all know, several commitments and follow-up activities called by member states, including the report from the Secretary General, Our Common Agenda. So the coalition decided to continue its efforts, rebrand itself as the Coalition for the UN We Need. Now this coalition is composed of hundreds of NGOs and individuals from around the world, and is basically continued the conversation through constructive, creative ideas to boost the implementation of the Our Common Agenda report. The coalition was extremely active during the 5 thematic consultations organized by the President of the General Assembly this spring, which, as we know, concluded in the recent appointment of the 3 sets of co-facilitators that are going to take forward the work. So I think that one of the distinguished feature of our coalition is that our very existence is around building a more effective, inclusive, democratic United Nations system, and therefore a fair, more equal, peaceful, democratic international order. And believe me, looking at our current reality, this is not a minor challenge ahead of us. And of course, as I mentioned, the ideas and proposals vary among our members, but we are united in our quest of strengthening and retooling the UN system and adapting its structures, its working methods, its response capacity to the current challenges of our time. And we see that in the 90+ recommendations arising from the OCA, that were, and I'm quoting here, designed to turbocharge the 2030 agenda, the Paris Agreement, the Addis Ababa Action agenda. I think it's a very good place to start. We have heard from the distinguished panelists that we really are behind the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Martin mentioned that he doesn't sleep at night. What keeps him awake at night is bring, the good intentions, the agreements, the commitments to really improve the quality of life of people on the ground. And I think that's the major challenge that we all have. To make, as the motto when I was the president stated, to make the UN relevant to all, to go from words to action, to really have a transformative impact on the lives of with the peoples around the world. And for that, I think that the voice of civil society, the proposals of civil society are essential. And I think I look at the Our Common Agenda essentially as a tool that has created this necessary space for dialogue and decision-making, so we can collectively reshape the UN we need at this moment of profound changes and multiple crises. And I don't think that the crisis should be seen as opportunities to improve and fine-tune the system so we collectively deliver better. And again, I see that the voices, the participation, the opinion, the ownership of civil society in this process is of paramount importance. It is in my, I strongly believe that it's only with social ownership that we are going to be able to close the implementation gap that unfortunately we are experiencing. Good ideas, incredible commitments, hundreds of resolutions, including the 2030 agenda, but we do need to make this quantum loop to action right now. And the sense of urgency is also extremely important at this time. Thank you. Back to you, Mandeep.
Thank you. The ownership of civil society is of paramount importance. So I'm going to turn to see how this is happening in practice with Mabel Bianco, who's the co-chair of major groups and other stakeholders. Mabel, how would you describe the state of civil society participation at the United Nations in your experience, and welcome to the panel.
Thank you so much, Mandeep, and all the group to invite me and have this opportunity. As you know, I'm now, since the last year, the co-chair of the mayor group and other stakeholder coordination mechanism. So since that position, I'm really have the opportunity to experience and to be coordinating how we suffer, if we can say that, because we suffer the problems to be able to participate and to be so good as we used to do. We understand that before the pandemic, the issues were completely different. What we realize is that in many countries and in many regions, and also in the UN, the pandemic was an excuse often to make problems to our civil society, our participation. And this is a great problem we have. And this is so terrible that we arrived to this high-level political forum in a very bad situation, because for the first time, we are having the problems that many of our members couldn't be there. They are left behind. Meanwhile, we say we need to have everybody and not leave behind. Why? Well, first of all, because the decision about that is going to be in person was announced, but till the last moment, end of April or beginning of May, we didn't have the real possibility. So the people couldn't ask the visas. And we have, you know, that due to the pandemic, the US embassies in many of our countries, meanwhile, in my country, I'm from Argentina, as you know, and we haven't any problem. Now we have the announcement that the visas interviews are going to be only from January 23. Can you imagine in other countries what it was? So we have a nightmare obtaining in 30 of our members, but not all of them, to be able to have the express visa and mobilizing the US mission and making real problems. But there are so many others that they are claiming, because of course, these are only for those speaking, but others couldn't. The other problem was the issue of the, of course, of the vaccines. Vaccines, as you know, they were not equally distributed in all countries. This is happening, and in our region, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have the problem that most of our vaccines were Sputnik, and Sputnik is not recognized. So if you have not the possibility to have another vaccines that happen in many of the countries, you couldn't. So for this time, we are really considering that something needs to be done in order to understand that sometimes the rules are excellent, but when we come back to implement at countryside and with the people, this couldn't be. It's great to say we need to have all here in presence, but it's not possible. That's a problem. So what we are doing with those people, we need to consider some ways in which we allow them to have voices, not only to see the TV, and now in the TV, our sessions in the high-level political forum. So this is something that I want to say, how we realize. As you know, we are very, very happy with all the process of the Unmute group, because of course we need to have voices expressing, and from the governments expressing our needs. So we think that, but still now we are suffering this, and we couldn't say or avoid to say, I need to say to you, sorry, because I was so maybe uncomfortable, but this is what I realized. I think it's my time, so maybe I need to end. I don't know if I have more time, but maybe we could answer questions and start a dialogue. Thank you so much.
I think you've raised a number of questions. I'm going to turn it over to Ambassador Mazzari. Are some of the issues that Mabel has just raised, how are they being addressed in the HLPF declaration?
I think that on the HLP declaration, I mean, I cannot reveal now the details. I mean, it's still under silence procedure will be put again. But first of all, in the process, there has been a very inclusive process in trying to include and involve the participation of major groups and other stakeholders. The inputs have been taken into account. There were briefings ad hoc with them, and so I mean, I think we have tried to be as much transparent, inclusive as possible. Then also in the text of the declaration, there is a strong language on the participation of civil society, of major groups, other stakeholders, on youth, because this is a key point. I mean, it's very strong language on youth also throughout the text. I think we have addressed all this problem of participation of civil society. Let me stress anyway one point. He had to make a kind of a nexus in a way between the multi-stakeholder approach and civil society and democracy. Because it happens to be that group of countries, also to which I belong, the like-minded, push very much for the full inclusion, participation of civil society into the process, in decision-making process. The opposition, resistance, I mean, we still face nowadays on the civil society active participation comes from those countries where basically actually the role of a needs society would be even more necessary to push the governments. But we all know, and we're not trying this to naming countries, of course, but we know very well that in many societies, unfortunately, the role of a civil society is limited. There are not the spaces for this discussion and participation in active policy making, not at the national level, and certainly not at the global level. And so this is something that we have to overcome, step by step, and we need a lot of patience. But I think that without this global involvement of civil society active, not only in the countries like-minded, more mature democracies, but also in the rest of the world, I think we will still have problems and we lag behind in the implementation.
Thank you. And Ambassador, I wanted to turn to you. What in a best case scenario would you like to see in out of a really, really good HLPF declaration?
A concise, forward-looking, action-oriented document that actually has teeth and can produce. I mean, it's the implementation and operationalization. I mean, at the moment, and I mean, we, as Ambassador Masari has highlighted, we have been an inclusive, transparent process where we invite major stakeholders, and I take note that we're still in a pandemic, so we had to do it virtually. That was unfortunate, but that's the situation during that process of. But as I said, when we started, there was a vision between the two co-facilitators of what the outcome document should be, and we highlighted it all throughout the process, but we never got it. So I don't know was it the delegations themselves who did not listen to our vision of forward-looking, action-oriented, and we're in the middle of almost coming to the midpoint of the 2030 agenda. And we would like to signal when we get to the midpoint that the implementation part is strengthened with the key partnerships with everyone else to actually push us towards that midpoint. But I'm a co-facilitator, so we did the best we could. I'm not saying we didn't do, but the explosion of issues that arose from all delegations, from all the stakeholders who were involved, represents the crisis, the challenges that we're facing globally. So you couldn't really say this is not important anymore, because everyone else said it's very important at this day and age. And we're here to co-facilitate and try to come out with an outcome document that keeps the global agenda moving forward as much as we can. However, there are, as was highlighted, we're in a multilateral process, and we need to adhere to all the needs and priorities of everyone, which I hope at the end of this would realize as we move towards the 2023 event, there will be some forms of HLPF is not the only declaration there. As highlighted by other speakers, you have the Paris Agreement, you have all these things coming into a culmination. And this year has been very busy. You have the CSW, and it's true what Ambassador Masari said, some countries don't have a thriving civil society. And so that is reflected in the multilateral documents that we represent. As I highlighted earlier, we are small countries, our civil society engagement and activities are very limited because the public service is the biggest sector, minimum private sector limited. So you have to see it from all different angles and lenses of all the countries invested in this. But as I said, my Pence ultimate would be the civil society still has that role and still has engagement in the global agenda and still be localizing all the SDGs to their own level and implementing it. So
Thank you. I want to take your question of partnerships actually to Ambassador Espinosa, who's no stranger to building coalitions and partnerships. So what kinds of coalitions and partnerships do we need to achieve the purposes of the UN Charter, the lofty principles in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the promises that have been made in Agenda 2030, Ambassador? You might need to unmute you again since you're part of civil society now.
Yeah, we need to unmute ourselves and unmute civil society for sure. That's for sure. So I think that I see, for example, our common agenda. We have the already established frameworks, and we really need to deliver on those: the 2030 agenda, the Paris Agreement, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, et cetera, et cetera. But I also believe that our common agenda has unleashed a very vibrant exchange, a very constructive dialogue among member states and with civil society. And I think the most important question here is, what should we be doing to put together coalitions to influence the process? And that is coalitions, meaning not only coalitions of civil society, but coalitions between member states and civil society, and why not also the private sector, and perhaps a few recommendations. What we are hearing, for example, is it's either the SDG Summit or the Summit of the Future. We should move beyond the dichotomies. It isn't either the SDG Summit or the Summit of the Future. I think that we have the responsibility to ensure that both summits are mutually reinforcing and produce clear roadmaps and commitments. Second, I think we need to coalesce around a few key points and moments. And here we should cluster our interests. Some organizations, some member states are more interested in the structural design of the UN, such as the emergency platform, the repurposing of the Trusteeship Council, even the reform of the Security Council. Others are more interested in particular thematic agendas. For example, our Global Women Leaders Voices is interested in advancing towards a gender-sensitive, women-sensitive redesign of the UN. Or others are focused on the Pact for the Future Generations and the UN Youth Office. So I would say thematic clusters of interest, a group of friends, but the group of friends not only formed by member states, but also with critical allies from civil society. To continue, I think that we should continue to support the work of the High-Level Advisory Board, which we have been doing for the past months. So in sum, my suggestion today is that we should reach out to NEC for UN colleagues. I know that Jeffrey Haffenes and Dan Perel are in the room with you today. They are, I'm sure, happy to continue this conversation. And we should consider the Summit of the Future process as an opportunity rather than a distraction. If done well, which I'm very confident that it's going to happen, refashioning the UN could indeed accelerate the goals towards which we are all working. And finally, we need more voices and creative thinking to come together to collectively reshape the UN we need. And if you allow me, Mandeep, I would like to end by a reminder to us all. We are here because we are interested in having a voice, a say in the UN reform process and beyond. Why is it so important? It's not only to keep our civil society organizations alive and have a raison d'être. It is because we recognize, we recognize the intergovernmental nature of the organization. I strongly believe that we need to also honor the first phrase of the UN Charter. So we are the people's part of the charter. The only way, as I mentioned at the beginning, the only way to overcome the implementation deficit, the trust deficit, and to boost the response capacity of the UN, and the only way is through social ownership, through co-responsibility, through burden sharing. It is precisely in this very dynamic, creative, and sometimes, as you have mentioned quite rightly, strained discussions with member states, that it's the only way where outcomes we obtain in the multilateral scene have more chances to be implemented and socially owned. It is the only way to make the UN relevant for all.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to stay on the theme of partnership. So Mabel, I would really like to hear your thoughts on, how the partnerships are working at the moment, but more importantly on what can we do to really improve the partnerships that the UN needs to engage in to achieve the things that are dear to all of us.
Well, first of all, I think we need to come back again that remember that the UN is for the people, and we are the people. They are not only governments, please. This is something that we need to recognize. And this is not only to say that it's only to be the civil society, but the dialogue is so important. I want to thank the two co-facilitators of the ministerial declaration, because we could present our papers and our position to them, and also we have possibility to give to all the governments. But the problem is not only this moment, is for the future and all the follow-up. And how is it? So I'm very sorry to say that we need to come back, that all the resolutions we have in which major groups and other stakeholders, coordination mechanisms, we need to be there, not because we are one or this or the other, it's because we are representing the variety of the people through the different constituencies we have. We have 21 constituencies, and it's a variety in which we have all of them. So it's important we are able to speak. And this is, we know the decisions are coming from the government, but it's necessary that we have the dialogue, because if not, it's better to say, oh, you change the UN, are going to be only intergovernmental. We know this is not what we want and what is based in the charter of the UN. So we need to come back to that, and we need to make the others understand. And of course, there are some governments that are really now not so open. I'm so sorry to say that this is not the spirit and the letter, the written in the agenda. The agenda says clearly that this needs to be done with all of us. And if anyone consider can solve this alone, is an error. So I claim that we maintain the commitments done in the last years, and we remain working together. And the future of the UN is in the hands of all of us. So we need to be all of us there having voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mabel. We'll open it up to the audience in just a minute. But Ambassador Herman, I want to come to you. A great frustration for civil society is the silos that exist in the UN. We want to talk about peace and security, but they say, how do you do that if you want to look at justice for war crimes? If you want to talk about human rights, they say, okay, go to Geneva. If you want to talk about development, they say, okay, development in the old MDG mode, an anti-poverty agenda, but not in the sustainable development mode, which is a holistic rights-based agenda. We want to talk about climate justice, but we won't talk about climate justice without seeing about all the human rights defenders, the indigenous people's rights defenders, the environmental activists who are being persecuted. So these silos continue to exist, and civil society often finds it very difficult to keep navigating all the different bits of the UN system. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on how do we break down these silos to better do our work.
Thanks, Mandeep. Before I try to answer that question, I just want to say to Maria Fernanda, it's good to see you, Maria Fernanda, and best wishes for a speedy recovery. I mean, many friends here in the audience who know the amazing amount of work you did actually in trying to strengthen the UN's relevance for people on the ground. Now on silos, well, I can tell you that's a frustration that's not only with civil society. I think many member states share this frustration, and I think there's actually also many people within the UN system that shares this frustration. I mean, it's a complex world, and it's extremely difficult to find the perfect organizational fit to the types of complexities that we are dealing with. I think both breaking down silos and advancing on some of the things that Mabel raised, I think we have to recognize that this is a fight that's won through small battles. And it's probably a fight that's never going to stop. But we need the types of partnerships where we are holding each other to account, but also working together. And I think the Unmute Initiative is such an initiative, where we are having governments and countries working together with civil society organizations to try to push the envelope. Both make the case that this is not only right, it's actually also the smart thing to do. You get better results. And try to do it through concrete and specific recommendations. Now, when we're meeting here today, this is one of the recommendations of the Unmute Initiative. We need to have a civil society day at the high level political forum. There are other recommendations in there, for the Secretary General to take action, put more emphasis on civil society. Well, lo and behold, that's one of the recommendations in our common agenda. And actually the Secretary General is going to have civil society focal points in different parts of the UN. Small steps that it is incumbent upon us to actually try to operationalize, to actually make something meaningful. It's in the call to action on human rights, where there's a specific focus on shrinking space for civil society, trying to make a human rights approach, a system-wide approach within the UN, thus not only limited to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. So I think my message is that actually partnerships, they actually do work. They don't work miracles overnight, but it is actually possible to try and advance this. I want to pick up a little bit on the point that Mabel talked about, this thing about who's here and who's not. The pandemic has set us back. Let's be honest, it really has. It set us back on SDG implementation. We need to do more, we need to do better, we need to do it faster, but we also need to do it together. And the pandemic has not been kind to inclusion. That's part of why we launched Unmute. But the pandemic has also taught us things on how we can actually increase inclusion. No, I mean, before the pandemic, inclusion meant traveling to New York. Let's be honest, that was also fairly exclusive, no? That was not for everybody. But actually, the pandemic has taught us a few things about how we can actually use new technology. And what would happen if we actually started partnering up with the UN and saying, actually, we need to use new technology and the UN's global presence to try and see if we can get more we the peoples participating in the discussions. I really think that would be so. I think we need to learn some of the lessons from the pandemic, not only of what's gone bad, but actually also where we try to find ways of can we use those going forward, also when it becomes possible to meet more in person. I just want to say, Mandeep, I know I'm talking too long. I think Maria Fernanda's point about next year, the SDG Summit and the Summit of the Future, I think that is so much right. It's so on point. Summit of the Future and the SDG Summit are integral, to each other. I mean, they are twins. You cannot separate them. We need to use the agenda in our common agenda to give, well, as a good colleague once said, to give Agenda 2030 and Sustainable Development Goals a booster shot, because that's really what's needed, and we need to use them to each other. My final point would be just three things to think about, three perhaps considerations when we move forward. One is we really need to work across borders and across regions, and nobody is really better than civil society to do that, to connect different parts of the world, beyond sort of geographical distances. Look for interest neighbors, I would call it. No? That actually those that you have most in common with might not be the ones that you are sitting next to geographically, but actually far away. The second thing would be we need to take issue with the classical interpretation of what consensus is, and that's unanimity. We need to look at what you might call critical mass consensus, no? That we are enough to begin to move agendas forward. And then finally, we need to really, really try to operationalize the principle of multi-stakeholderism. And there I want to be a little bit provocative and say, don't look at intergovernmental processes as an enemy of multi-stakeholderism. Look at intergovernmental processes that can actually benefit from including civil society actors. So we need to find a way where involvement and engagement and meaningful engagement of civil society can actually enrich intergovernmental processes, not necessarily be a threat to them. Mandeep, sorry, that wasn't exactly an answer to your question, but at least it was a long answer.
It was very comprehensive, and I would just add solidarity across all sectors was going to be critical. So we can, a round of applause for that. I think all of you started. We have a round of questions. I can start with you there, and I'll come to you. And Josna at the back. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. Yeah, actually, you encouraging civil society. Actually, thank you very much. But I support to what Mabel Bianco said, that actually we all she spoke our voice. However, I want to suggest a couple of things. Like I'm from Nepal, from grassroots community. So one thing you have to mention clearly on the document, like we are facing the serious sinking space of the civil society across the country and globally also. So you should mention that really appreciative if you mention. And second thing, like there's now the donor and the multilateral, bilateral, and all like financial institutions, they are not supporting the civil society. They are supporting at least somehow the government and the private sector. So we want to encourage to at least you should mention, because the civil society facing serious financial crunch to implement the SDG. And the third, there's the private sector, they have a corporate social responsibility, and they should invest for to implement the 2030 agenda. So we want to, civil society want to engage, and we want to look their transparency on corporate social responsibility, and they should invest on those areas. And the final my issue, there should be a recognition of civil society contributions. Actually, in document not mention anything like how much civil society contribute in terms of resources, in terms of human rights, human resource mobilization. So this your documents clearly need to mention those issues. Thank you.
Nepal, and now we have a perspective from. Please introduce.
Thank you so much. Yes, SDG 17 is cross-cutting all SDGs. This signifies its importance to the fulfillment of Agenda 2030. Government and international organizations should stop viewing CSOs as only critics, but as complementing actors. And then we know that once you say that someone is complementing your efforts, you should level the playground and open up the space and also avail resources. So my question is, why is there hesitancy for goal SDG 17 to be realized? Because we all know that teamwork yields good results. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And we'll take two more questions. So Jyotsna is there and Annie there. And we have to go to the people online too, but maybe we'll take Jyotsna, Annie, and I know you've also been waiting. So
thank you so much. Very happy to see our two co-facilitators, Italy and Nauru here. I just wanted to say that we say the civil society is losing credibility. Actually, UN is also losing credibility at the grassroots level. They ask us, are you trying to impose the UN rules on us? Because we are also trying to look at the VNR process in the country, and they say that why we have to submit the statement or why we have to speak before, when the member state themselves are so late submitting their VNR just in the last moment. Second thing about the ministerial declaration, and we have been, this is the 8th year actually of SDGs implementation. We have been hearing since day one, triangular cooperation, involvement of civil society, and I'm really happy to see, we are trying to get into the UN space, but a lot to be done, because the final declaration, which is a ministerial declaration, we know that it is, it's there, and the silence is also broken on some issues. So should we call it high-level secrecy forum when you don't want to talk about the ministerial declaration? And how do you think the civil society can get involved in, even the ministerial declaration in at least providing some input? Because we are not there. Mabel rightly said that, UN is people, it's us, it's we. But we are not there in the ministerial declaration, which is the final outcome of the high-level political forum. So do you think that someday we'll see that ray where we'll also have their inputs, in that ministerial declaration? Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Annie there and two interventions from that table, and then we'll get 2 more online, just in the interest of robust civil society participation, and then we can come back to the panel.
Thank you, Bandeep, and thank you for a very open and I think a very constructive discussion on the various points. It's really very encouraging to see this kind of a dialogue. I just want to deepen. I think many times we reiterated we the people, and I think that's really in place. But I also want to go a little dive a little deeper, because the SDGs also talk about leave no one behind. And I think that is a further depth from we the people, and somewhere I somehow feel that in our conversations that getting a little lost. Maybe we are, because we have regressed back, we are trying to move into we the people's space. But I feel the core, something unique about SDGs is leave no one behind. How do we reflect that in the VNRs? How do we reflect that in our discussions? How do we even put mechanisms for that? Because if we do that, then we are really reframing many of the things that we are talking about. And it's possible to reframe the civil society role, reframe the institutional structure. So I feel that's somewhere getting lost in the mechanisms of the UN and the state. The second thing I want to say is, like all our governments highly praise the private sector and the corporate sector, and talk about the role of the private sector, the corporate sector in the development of the country. And we can understand that to some extent, but we saw the reality in the vaccine issues. And that was like a very stark time, when we really saw many times we don't get to understand these issues because it's sort of in so many complex layers. But in the vaccine situation, it was very clear how the private sector is acting and how the private sector is benefiting in the whole process. So I don't understand why the UN cannot profile the civil society a little more. I can understand the government profiling the private sector, but I would really request the UN to profile the civil society in all your papers, dimensions, so that, it's, like many of us are engaged in very creative, constructive, multiple dimensions, which is very critical. So these are my 2 comments to take forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Rob Wheeler, represent the Global Eco Village Network, and I'm with the Action for Sustainable Development. I want to make a proposal of recommendations. We've been invited to do so by the high-level advisory board. And then the question following that would be, how can we ensure that these proposals that are coming forward from civil society are adequately and fully considered by governments as a part of this process? So the recommendation is one of the primary outcomes, recommendations coming from civil society for UNEP plus 50 was to develop a global framework for strengthening national and international environmental legislation and law. And this type of proposal, I think, goes right along with the Secretary General's recommendation that would repurpose the Trusteeship Council to manage the Trusteeship Council for intergenerational equity, for risk management, for a means of ensuring that global public goods and global commons are protected for future generations and our own generation. And the Trusteeship Council would be an excellent mechanism for multi-stakeholder dialogues, such as we used to have under CSD before, when we had 6 weeks to talk about sustainable development on a limited number of topics, instead of an HLPF where we have 8 days to cover 5 different topics. It would give us this opportunity to, again, bring it down to looking at specific issue areas, particularly in regards to the environmental dimension, but there's no reason we couldn't look at integrate it with the other dimensions as well. So I want to give a brief example, and that would be, we have the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. We look at agriculture, we know we need to sequester carbon, we know we need to improve soil health, then we have forestry, and then we have the need to restore our watersheds, our natural water cycles, and as we bring waters back to have a healthy ocean, all of these things need to be talked to about at the same time together. We have an invitation from the UNEA 5.2, and I'm finishing now, from 5.2 and from 73.333 for all of the UN agencies and the secretariats of the MEAs to come together to come look at how we can have collaboration. So let's use the Trusteeship Council in order to bring that collaboration, bring in civil society to talk about the best means to where we can bridge across all these cycles and do it at one place at one time, focusing on a specific sector of within the environmental dimension, such as I just explained. Thank you.
Gracias, voy a dirigirme en español, pero tengo aquí a mi colega que va a hacer traducción. Ok, gracias. Primero, comentar que desde Busan, las organizaciones de sociedad civil fuimos reconocidas como agentes de desarrollo por el trabajo acumulado y el trabajo con organizaciones de base, sectores y movimientos. Sin embargo, el diálogo social con el sector privado es una dificultad y específicamente estoy hablando de Latinoamérica y Centroamérica. Hay que abrir espacios de diálogo. No es posible, si queremos alcanzar parte de la Agenda 2030, no exista ese diálogo. Necesitamos mecanismos que nos ayuden a acercarnos. Otro elemento que tocaba Yossi es la apropiación. Es fundamental. Si no hay apropiación de la Agenda 2030, de los gobiernos y de la sociedad civil, es muy difícil que la implementemos. O de los mismos organismos de cooperación. Por eso es urgente también avanzar en la alineación y armonización de la cooperación y de los organismos multilaterales. Creo que tenemos que hacer énfasis en eso. Desde LatinDad y desde GICAP, nosotros insistimos dónde están los recursos para la Agenda 2030, para que sea una realidad. Y hay diferentes aspectos de donde podemos obtener esos recursos, existen. Pero tenemos que ponernos de acuerdo y sobre todo tener voluntad política para implementar. Y lo último es que realmente quisiéramos ser más beligerantes desde sociedad civil en conjunto con Naciones Unidas y tiene que haber una apertura real de las diferentes oficinas de Naciones Unidas con las organizaciones y los territorios. Hay que salir Ya la pandemia está ahí, pero podemos trabajar, aprendido con ella. Pero necesitamos más beligerancia y más descentralización. Gracias.
Thank you. I'm mindful of time, and but we can have two quick comments from folks who are online.
Yes, we have one question from Deborah. Deborah, please.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for today. I come from the Higher Education Sustainability Initiative, and we work with higher ed networks for sustainability across the globe. We know that many times there just isn't the funding, there isn't the capacity to solve the problems related to the SDGs. So what we've committed to do in higher education institutions across the globe is to help our students become systems thinkers who can be change agents for a sustainable future, and to have assignments where they work with civil society organizations to help them meet their goals with data analysis, with research, with formative evaluation, and increasingly with implementing the projects. So what we need is a mechanism where we can communicate between the researchers, the students, and the civil society organizations. If we could move from statements to mechanisms for ongoing communications, let me say it again, from statements to mechanisms for ongoing communications. Just imagine what the world could be like if, when students do their theses, their graduate work, their undergraduate capstone, they are actually helping to implement justice projects, climate action projects. So we're ready to work with you all. And we're hoping that we'll move from statements to the mechanisms so that we can have these ongoing communications. I'm interested in your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. We have a second question from Ume Azar, please.
Okay, please
Thank you
keep
so
it
much.
brief if that's okay.
Thank you so much. I just want to reiterate what Deborah has said, that it's very important to engage the academia in this whole process. So my three points that I want to raise here is that how as a civil society and UN, we can support the government in developing the VNR in a way that it should be presented at a high level forum. Because coming from a country which is least developed, South Asia, I know that the capacity of the governments is not that to a level where they are able to report back. So the process is that what they are doing is that they are getting that information from the grassroots level organizations and the women rights organizations and filling up their data. So there is a lack of database-based reporting back at the country. So how do we, in collaboration and support with the UN, help the governments, member states, to develop a robust reports based on the factual database coming from the grassroots level, one. Second is, I just want to reiterate the point that Mabel said. It was also discussed in our gender equality group that the upcoming Sustainable Development Summit is very important, and we need to think, now is the time to think how we can reclaim our spaces and how thematically civil society can be given the platform to present their findings and come to a point where we are implementing, ensuring the implementation and inclusion of with regard to the SDGs. And the third thing is that when we talk about the ministerial statements, how impactful the ministerial statements are, or how binding the ministerial statements are for the member states to make those statements applicable and implement accordingly, because statements just remains a piece of a paper. So we have to think beyond statements. So these were my points. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I've done an awful job in timekeeping. I'd just like to say in my defense that we started 10 minutes late. But anyway, we heard a lot of things: partnerships, funding, interrelated nature of the goals, leave no one behind, private sector challenges, global framework and trusteeship council, overcoming capacity challenges, reporting back, going from statements to robust communications and implementation. So I'm so glad I'm not on the panel. But I'd like to give the panel maybe 30 seconds to respond each, if that's possible. But your response should be grounded in radical optimism. The UN itself was an exercise in radical optimism in 1945, when more than half the world was under colonial domination. There was a war that destroyed a lot of people's lives, and there was untold death and destruction. Yet out of those ashes, the United Nations rose, and maybe we need to find that moment. So may I start with you, Ambassador Espinosa, because you're certainly up to the task of all of this, right? Of solving this.
Oh my goodness, in 30 seconds, I would say, yes, radical optimism. I think it's the key word. We cannot give up. We do not have a plan B for the UN. We have the responsibility to make it work and deliver. And it is a shared responsibility. And of course, it's not easy. It's a work that requires a lot of intellect, a lot of political generosity and political will, and really we need to make the UN relevant to all. We need to do a better communication work, but better delivery as well. So my call is for, under this radical optimism, really take the responsibility to make the UN fit for purpose. Our common agenda is a possibility. The Summit of the Future and the Summit of the SDGs are windows of opportunity that we cannot waste. That would be my final call.
Thank you. And may I hand over to Mabel, please?
Thank you so much. And I think as civil society, we are optimists and we are persistent. That's why we obtain some of our wins, and we win some battles. So we are going to maintain, claiming, requesting, pushing the governments and the UN Secretariat to remember that we are all of us there and we need to be there. And finally, I want to say that it's very important to have everybody, but private sector has their own interests and it's lucrative interest. So please take care, and we need to be sure that we are not missing interest. Nothing else. Thank you.
I will try to use my 30 seconds. I think I also would like to end with a note of optimism. I think we know what our task, our goals are. We need everyone on board, civil society. We need the private sector, mobilize human capital, financial resources, and we have to focus on implementation. I think maybe we could strategize better on the implementation, on partnerships, the SDG 17. We know that the SG came up with this important proposal of having a biannual summit, G20, ECOSOC, and IFI, the International Financial Institution, which is also part of this concept of partnership to mobilize resources. We need to keep united. We haven't discussed that very much, but we should avoid any kind of widening gap, north-south, global north, global south, and also east-west in light of what is going on in Ukraine. But I want to say also something a little bit realistic in this optimism. This is, and also the involvement profile of civil society is a process. It's a process. You cannot have it overnight. If you look at where we were 20 years ago, but I mean, for example, I mean, in terms of participation of civil society in the UN process, I think we made a huge breakthrough, and you have a huge amount of NGOs also accredited at the ECOSOC. We have in the HLPF declaration, even which is called ministerial, but we have a lot of strong language on civil society participation, major groups and stakeholders. We have our common agenda, which is where the youth dimension and also the Summit of the Future the youth office that the SG proposed to create, a huge breakthrough, and we should not forget that. But it takes time. You cannot have everything overnight. We have to keep united, and we will progress even further. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Mandeep, and thanks for some brilliant questions. There were so many, so I'm not going to attempt to answer them, but a lot of food for thought. I mean, just a couple of points. First of all, I think partnerships. No, I mean, it's working, and it's worth it. It's painstakingly slow and hard, but I really think that's it. Then second, focus on Summit of the Future. Focus on the SDG Summit. And then remember that changes here in New York often starts at home. No, how to influence New York is by influencing at home. No, most missions over here take instructions from capitals, and most missions listens to those instructions. No? The final point would be to challenge you a little bit. No, you will complain that member states and governments are traditionalists. They're doing things the same way they've also done. I would challenge you, think outside the box. If you want meaningful participation and engagement from civil society, be ready to think outside the box. Look at what works and what doesn't work. If it didn't work yesterday, probably it won't work tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank everybody. I'll give you the last word, So 30 seconds being optimist. I think I don't have a key message except that it's a real, oh no, let me backtrack. I do have a key message. Do what you do what you're doing, as I said, my colleagues have highlighted key. It doesn't happen overnight. Your voices are for critical mass as a civil society, especially in countries where you thrive, is really important. In those countries, and I think it was highlighted, you can cross borders. Governments cannot cross too much borders in terms of bringing that voice into the critical mass. You also have, I mean, as he said, most missions here listen to capitals. So we are we listen to what our governments tell us, and that you are all members of those countries. And that also gives you another avenue to raise your voice, bring it here to the UN. So it's not just one-sided that you come to the HLPF and be heard on the major groups and stakeholders. You're also members of societies of within your own countries. You can raise that voice. But as at the end point is, it's implementation, action, action, action. No many statements as highlighted earlier. I mean, that's where, and I raised the point from another perspective, resources, financial, human capital, capacity development, and education is really critical. If we need to have that change agent, those children, those youth are the key to our voice for the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And my apologies to the organizers, and thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who's online, and have a wonderful day or night. Bye-bye.
We will be now looking at some practical suggestions. I'd like to invite Anand from SDG Action Campaign, Alejandra from My World Mexico, Alejandra, and Arjun from Nepal, and from GCAP. Do we have Alejandra? I can't see Alejandra right now. Oh, ¿dónde estás? Ah, aquí, ok. Gracias. ¿Viene Alejandra también? Up you come. Yes, please. So, yes, please. Wonderful. And we also have yeah, maybe on that side. Yeah, there we go. And we also have Clara, my colleague, who will be on Zoom as well to share on Zovu. But first of all, so we're now kind of thinking ahead from now until September. it's a great opportunity because we have so many colleagues together here in New York, and we haven't actually met like this together for some time. So we wanted to give some ideas to you and also to hear from you what you're thinking, how we can jointly campaign together. As many of you know, September has become one of our main sort of mobilizing moments because it marks that anniversary of the SDGs on the 25th of September. And we've collaborated with the UN's SDG Action Campaign and with GCAP and with Civicus and many key networks around what was initially a day of action that's become a week of action. And so to talk us through that week of action, we have a number of different slides. So hopefully we'll find the right ones. Thank you so much, Albert. So first of all, to talk us through the materials and some of the thinking around the week of action for this September, we have Anand Kantaria from the SDG Action Campaign. So Anand, over to you.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much, Ollie. And I know we've lost quite a bit of time, so we will do a speedy run through of the various slides that we have in the upcoming campaigns. Great. So if we can just pull up the Global Week of Action slides, that would be great. So just for those of you that haven't heard of the Global Week of Action, you should be ashamed of yourselves. But we are in our sixth year of a major convening moment around the SDGs, which, as Ollie mentioned, has been convened with 10 partners, including Action for Sustainable Development, the Global Call to Action Against Poverty, the Scouts, and various other multi-stakeholder groups. It really came from a call which came out of, obviously when the SDGs were launched 2 years in, that there needed to be a breakdown of silos in campaigning, just as much as that we need a breakdown of silos across all of the work that we do. And really people were calling for a major convening moment where all stakeholders would come together and take action for the goals and take action for the issues that they care about. The idea of linking it with that UN high-level week was that we could put pressure on governments both before they leave, whilst they're here at the UN, and also when they come home. And I know that Arjun's going to be talking a little bit about the People's Assemblies, and I'm sure there'll be talk about the handover moments, etc. But it was really to leverage this high-level week in a meaningful way, but also to bring individuals and communities along with us, not just the people that know about the agenda, but how do we find creative moments to capitalize on something like the UN high-level week, which a lot of media report on, and individuals are interested in and has been inaccessible in the past, but come up with creative ideas for also individuals to participate. So I'll just click through. So last year, we crossed quite a big benchmark. We crossed 100 million actions taken for the SDGs across 191 countries and almost 1,300 organizations joining us with a massive social media reach. And here's just a list of the partners that have signed up for this year. So as you can see, a huge cross-section of private sector, youth groups, as well as UN agencies and governments. So it truly is a multi-sector approach. So we've simplified the core activations into 4 areas. So one is a partnership with the UN app, Act Now, to encourage individuals to take actions in 4 areas. So one is around transport and mobility. So looking at how people travel. Is it essential to take long-haul flights? How do people get to work? Encouraging more use of bicycles, trains, really looking at people's travel patterns. The other one is around food and consumption more generally. So looking at food waste and how we consume, how we purchase our food, but also overconsumption and reusing of all resources. The other one is about energy transition. And some of you would have seen the IPCC report, which this year had a special section on the demand side of the equation and really showed that individuals can play a critical role in this energy transition. I think there was one stat around in Germany, reducing your temperature consumption by just 1 degree in your home can actually have a massive net national impact. So individuals really back into the driving seat around energy transition. And the fourth one is really around campaigning, volunteering, writing to your MP or minister, taking action and participating in your civic rights. We also have a series of actions for influencers online and offline, which we'll talk about in a second. We're excited this year to be doing a public stunt, working a lot with Action for Sustainable Development and GCAP and others. We're really encouraging people to use the opportunity now that we're meeting again in person to actually do something physical and visibly and intentionally flip the script and use it as a media opportunity as well to bring in activists and influencers at a national level to really, raise the volume on this particular year of action. And of course, all of this will be captured on a global map. We've been working with Capgemini to put together a really great user experience so that individuals and organizations can actually go in and register their SDG actions. So like I said, we managed to record 100 million actions last year, but there were many actions that went unrecorded just because people didn't have the right technology or user experience. So we're really working to make that process of recording and having data on the issues that people are working on at a micro local level available. Okay, so just to say, like the public stunt, it was showcased a little bit in the video. It's really simple. It's this idea of using a black and white word such as apathy and flipping it to action, fear into hope, war into peace. It's very, very simple, but it's something that we feel that can be rolled out at scale across countries. We piloted it last month in Italy, and it seems to be getting quite a good response. And you can imagine this happening at iconic places around the world, and the media picking up on this if it happens collectively on a single day, which we're hoping would be the 25th of September, the SDG anniversary. And there's a picture of Chavi, who's in the audience as well. You can speak to him about participating in the stunt. We've also written a pledge. Some of you that were involved with the Stand Up campaign many years ago know this was a very powerful piece where people can stand up and actually take a pledge at a local level on the issues that they care about. So you can flip the script and then talk about the story that matters to you. And we're really integrating this message with the narrative that will be in the joint letter in September. So just a quick preview of some of the assets. We've got a whole Trello board of creative assets, really around flipping the script and which can be translated and customized. We now have assets in about 6 or 7 languages, so Spanish, French, Arabic, Italian, etc. So, please do visit that site, and that information will be sent around to everyone after this particular session. So yeah, just really looking at the sort of telling 2 sides of the story and how we can all flip the script to write a new narrative in a very visual and creative way is what we're trying to do with this year's campaign. And of course, the focus will be around climate justice and peace. We've also partnered with the dinosaur that Ulrika mentioned this morning around the Don't Choose Extinction campaign. So we have rights to use that particular asset as well, which is around choose survival, don't choose extinction. And I think that dinosaur's become pretty iconic. I think that video has been viewed by 1.6 billion people now. So we're really happy to have that as part of our toolkit this year. And as I mentioned, we'll be hosting a number of challenges in the Act Now app. So that app exists and has quite a lot of traction, and we can actually host challenges around climate action and justice and peace in the app itself, so we can actually track the actions that individuals are taking. We also have a ask for key opinion leaders. I wonder if we can just show this video very quickly. Again, it's like 30 seconds. But this is Krisha, one of our sort of micro influencers in house. I wonder if it will show her video. No. Okay, don't worry. But the idea is that basically a lot of you would have seen on social media, a lot of influencers talking about 3 things that you can do to like hack making food at home, or 3 things that you can do, to live a more flashy lifestyle. So the idea is to actually encourage these influencers to talk about 3 things that they can do to live more sustainably in a very much a TikTok, Instagram sort of approach. Make it really simple and easy to use, but a lot of influencers are always looking for content, and having a high-level week looking at sustainability is the perfect time to get them to do something that's topical and on trend. So getting lots of influencers to make new content and videos in their local languages, in their own style, using all of the new social media platforms is something that we're targeting as well. Okay, this is my last slide. So please do join us, those that haven't joined the Global Week before. I know that Ollie will be putting out a call as well on behalf of A4SD, but the information is all available also at act4sdgs.org, our newly revamped website, and the hashtag flip the script. So yeah, I'll leave it there because I know we're short on time.
Excellent.
Thank you, and brilliant to hear. And I think such powerful kind of images there that we can all use. And as Anand has said, we'll certainly from the side of Action for Sustainable Development, we'll be putting out a call also for some small grants to support this kind of activation in the coming weeks and months. So now we want to hear a little bit more from some of our key partners. So we have Arjun here from GCAP. GCAP has been very, very active throughout this whole process, particularly around people's assemblies and bringing communities together during the week. Would you be able to talk us through that, Arjun, please?
Okay, thank you, Oli. Actually, GCAP played very vital role during MDG era. Even like we made a Guinness record to mobilize the peoples across the globe. And in 2010, like we mobilized, millions of peoples, and it was, really, encouraging all civil society across the globe. So of course, I'm already shared many things about this mobilization on September. However, like I want to share a couple of our planning for upcoming September, and of course, I'll share my best experience which we are doing in my country. Of course, this year, already like more than 20 countries they committed to engage on people assembly, and 7 countries in Africa, 6 countries in Asia, and five countries in Latin America, and 2 countries in Europe. So of course, after today, so hopefully the many of you will join on this mobilization across the globe, and of course it's very encouraging for us. And the process, actually we communicate with different stakeholders and analyze the demands, and we prepare the demands, and there are many also we posted in the social media, and also the other media, and we engage the other stakeholders as well as. And this is about to the National People Assembly and convert to the regional, and of course the global. And we organize and mobilize physically on 2017 and 2018, and we organize in 2022 and 21 virtually because of the COVID-19. And of course, in 2022 this year, we are planning to organize physically. So this is very important for us this year. Like people assembly means peoples. So we need to understand who are the peoples. Peoples means women's, Dalit, disabled, and youth, and children, and different LNOB under the LNOB framework. So we need to understand those people need to understand the SDG, because SDG is not only our agenda; it's the people's agenda. So sometimes we misunderstand SDG. SDG is not only the document; it is action plan also. But many government, they think it's only the document, and they just prepare like Vienna report and just show in the UN building. So it is not that is the reality. People should need to understand, and people have a different indicators. They have the indicators they should understand themselves. And because many countries like my country and more than 479 indicators, but people didn't understand what the government indicators, because they have their own indicators. So we need to understand the people and they have their own language, and they have their own voices. So we need to reflect their own voices and their own indicators. So these people assembly actually collecting the voices and collecting their understanding, and so that is the way what we are doing. And actually this like for example, how we mobilize in Nepal, like in Nepal, it's a very interesting and very encouraging, multi-stakeholder, not only the civil society, there's the UN system and the government also, they join for the people assembly. So we organize together. Of course, some opening or closing we do together, but there's a different civil society programs across the countries. So that is very important to understand. So many countries now start to, the government also start to recognize the people assembly as their program. So that is very important. And UN system, UNDP and other UN agency also joining. And not only the UN system, also we are inviting the private sectors and the cooperatives. It's very important things. And because of that, our people assembly is going to be it's a creating the ownership of the peoples. So different types of peoples means not only the peoples engaging in the NGOs, because peoples means the communities, the small groups. So also they are engaging in this process. So actually this year, what we are planning to do, so we want to do different kinds of utilizing the social media hashtag tweeters, and printing the t-shirt, caps, and sending the letter to there's the government or UN, and we want to collect the different voices, video masses, and so, and of course also we want to invite the people come in a street to play with a play card, because it's very important. We need to mobilize the people. So I like to actually request to the this people assembly is a being is a only the global mobilization. So UN system also should recognize this as a people. This is in the official process. So last year we organized even demonstrate in front of the UN building. But this year, unfortunately, we are like all are side event like virtually. So this is wrong. So we want to come in a like street. We want to come in. We want to raise voice in front of the UN buildings, not in the inside the building. So that is very important. So this year, I would like to encourage to all of you. Let's start to something mobilizing across the globe, and we need to wake up the government, multilateral, and all private sectors. And of course, this time we are facing serious crisis like space crisis and funding crisis. So we need to wake up to the everyone in the globe. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Arjun. I'm sorry to have to wrap you up there, but yeah, we just want to make sure we have a little bit of time. I know there'll be some in the audience here who also have ideas, and it's great to hear how much you're doing though in Nepal, and that very strong grassroots embedded approach. And I'm sure there'll be other networks that want to do something similar. So another very strong example that has been, I think, throughout this week of action is from Mexico. And I'm so pleased Alejandra is here from My World Mexico
Thank you.
to share some experiences. Over to you.
Yeah, so first, it is really great to hear what you're
I believe
planning.
we have some slides as well. We'll just see if
Yeah, I have some slides. Okay, so first, let me introduce us. We are Hub on Sustainable Development, My World Mexico, and what we're doing is that we are an organization that implements the 2030 agenda at the local, national, and sometimes regional level is Latin America. And we do it through different programs and campaigns that we do every year, 4 each year, where we work and mobilize people, young people especially, because we know that young people and children are actually change makers, and we have to empower them. But also we work with other partnerships. As we may know, multi-stakeholders are really important. So we also work with them, like academia, private sector, governments, etc. So we believe in a balanced, equal, and fair world where we prosper, respecting the planetary boundaries, and our plans for September. Okay, so as here my colleague mentioned, the Global Week will be happening on 16th to 25th of September. And in here, we're mobilizing different actions through 2 aspects. The first one is historically guides that we've been doing, where we inspire people to take actions on certain days, on certain topics on this Global Week. First for adults and everyone, individuals and organizations, but we also have one for children. The other aspect is this year, we are collaborating with the campaign in SDG Festival that will happen the 22nd and the 23rd in Guadalajara, Mexico. And it will be an SDG regional festival. So all Latin American and other countries are also invited to participate, where we'll be focusing on mobilizing, inspiring people. So let me talk a little bit about the guides first. So like I was saying, we encompass first 3 actions, which is inspire, to mobilize, and to connect. Because all our actions are through this, because we think that these are key aspects to really create change in communities. So these are just some examples of last year's guides. We're still working on this year's. So these are the adults and individuals and organizations, and you can see that they're separated for different topics, and that we have different sectors. These are the children ones, because we empower children. We work with schools and children so that they know that they also can do something. They can create change from their own households. And in here, we give examples of what things that they can do simple or more complex, like with their friends. And it's something more visual and something that they could understand very simply. And this is each day has a different topic and some actions, conferences, and all of this. And now going to the SDG Festival, as I was mentioning, this will be happening in Guadalajara. So just let me give you a quick context. My Role Mexico was born in Guadalajara, so we thought that this city was the perfect place to host this SDG Regional Festival. So this will be for anyone who's interested. Anyone who doesn't really know on sustainable development, and experts and students. So everyone is welcome in there, especially children. We're also planning on actions to inspire children. And it will be highlighting the topics of climate, justice, and peace. And well, this is the same objectives: connect, mobilize, and inspire. In here, we will have the public stunt that Anand was saying, where we invite local governments to help them compromise on sustainable development. And what we're doing now, what we want to do is that it stops just being race awareness and work in our communities like, this is happening, this is a problem, we need to find a solution. But now going to the next step on, okay, we know that there is a problem and that we need to find a solution. What are we doing now? It has to be act now. So that's basically what we're doing. We're focusing on having different workshops. These are just some examples. We're still working on it, on empowering people and capacity building so that they can do this in their own communities. And it's just not, I learned this, but also like I now know how to do something else that would cause change. And also we are planning on having different conferences and table dialogues in which on the topics of climate justice and peace, different experts and people who are not really that into sustainable development but want to learn can discuss what they've been doing so that the best practices can be shared, joint action can also come from there. So yeah, that's basically our plans for September. And let me know if you have any question. We're happy for collaborating. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Alejandra. Thank you so much. I think that's a really strong example, and hopefully it's inspiring others to think about what you could also do during that week. Don't have to do everything that they're doing in Mexico, but you might pick and choose some elements that would work in your country as well. So now just to the final short presentation, I want to introduce my colleague, Clara, who's been on the Zoom throughout the day. Hopefully we can get her up on the screen so you'll get to meet Clara. You've heard her voice once or twice already. And she has a couple of slides about one of the things that we've worked on for a little while, which we call Zovu. It's a new project which aims to give a space for communities to post their own video, to share their own stories directly around different elements of sustainability. So I don't know if we can get the Zoom back on the screen. Is that possible? Is it still there? Okay. So I'll continue explaining until it appears. But so Zovu is something we've worked on for the last year, in fact, even a little bit longer, with the support of the Climate Justice Resilience Fund. And we had engaged with some of our key stakeholders and members of the facilitation group, as we call it, in Action for Sustainable Development. And actually, it was a colleague from Togo who we hoped would be here today called Esso, who came up with the word Zovu. And Zovu comes from a language in Togo that I understand was to mean to seek out the truth. This is how he explained it to me. So the point of this, this initiative will be to give that space directly to communities to share what they are themselves doing wherever you are in the world. And eventually we aim to find a way to connect crowdfunding directly to those who are making change on the ground. So I'm hoping that we might have Clara. If not, we'll see if there is also a video. Otherwise, we can at least show the video, which
It's
is
unfortunate because at least I can maybe present this for the, can you see my screen? At least I can maybe present this for the group online because they can see my screen and me. I don't know if the room is.
We can't, yeah, we still can't from Zoom.
Online, we can see it.
Thank you.
We can't see them, and we don't have the slides. Clara has the slides.
All right, so I will maybe just I can give an introduction, even if it's just with my voice. I think it can be useful, right?
Please.
Sure. So I'll just give you a bit more information about where we departed from in order to think about the ZOVU journey. So there were many circumstances, and the situation with frontline activists was the one that we based ourselves on to build this project. So firstly, we are coming from a commitment to stories from the front lines, right? We know that stories from larger organizations, things that are that have the capacity to capture mainstream media, those are the ones whose stories we see, right? We want to go to those who don't have this chance and allow them to share their stories. Next, we also understood from community activists that there was a desire to connect with other activists, not only those who are in their own region or in their own country, but also activists who might share similar approaches or might work in different similar themes across the world. Thirdly, we observed that there is a need for direct and flexible funding. We know that very little funding gets to true frontline groups that are working in communities. And when that funding comes, it is often one component of a very strong power dynamic, and it comes with a lot of requirements for these community groups. So we wanted to have the opportunity, give them the opportunity to obtain flexible funding. And we want to let you know that we are advised in this project by 6 community activists from the Global South who have worked in different projects from climate change to different SDGs. So this is how we have been building the program. And then I will let you know only what we created is a space to showcase work through stories and to browse through different initiatives and connect. And this is what activists and community groups can do on ZOVU, on our web portal, and eventually they will be able to fundraise for initiatives. You still can't see the ZOVU, the Zoom in the room in New York? Still can't see it? I guess they can't even hear us. So.
Yes, we're good.
Excuse me?
Kingston, Jamaica, we are seeing it quite well.
You're in the Zoom, yeah, but in the room, I don't think they are here listening. So at least for the ones who are connected to Zoom, I will now show a video that a fellow who we worked with last year was able to develop their story, and with a short video, a 2-minute video. And this is the type of stories that will make it to ZOVU. Our idea is that different community groups, that we support them also to acquire different skills. And they support.
We'll come back. We'll try to get the video again in 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah, the speech contest, the students choose if they were the president of the country, what will be the point to active now?
O maior legado de Chico Mendes está ameaçado. As reservas extrativistas são importantes unidades de conservação que associam o uso tradicional dos recursos naturais com a proteção dos territórios. O uso sustentável destes recursos gera renda para cerca de 400 mil famílias e é fundamental para a preservação de milhões de hectares da floresta amazônica.
Sou Kátia Santos, moro na reserva extrativista Chico Mendes, no Acre. O meu avô veio aqui para o Seringal Porongaba para cortar seringa. Eu nasci aqui, pretendo morar aqui, porque aqui eu acredito que a gente tem uma vida de qualidade. As populações tradicionais têm um papel muito importante porque nós protegemos esses territórios. No entanto, a reserva extrativista Chico Mendes está ameaçada pelos desmatamentos, invasões ilegais e pelo projeto de lei 6024 da bancada ruralista, que quer diminuir a nossa reserva.
Para a preservação destes territórios, precisamos empoderar os jovens para que suas vozes sejam protagonistas dessa luta.
É importante formar novas lideranças jovens que ocupem espaços políticos e que tenham acesso à comunicação, internet e educação de qualidade, que são os objetivos do projeto Jovens Protagonistas. O que nós desejamos para esse território é que ele se desenvolva, aliando tecnologia, cultura, acesso à informação, com a proteção dos nossos modos de vida tradicionais.
Desmatamento, venda ilegal de terras, pressão da pecuária e até mesmo projetos de lei estão entre as principais ameaças das reservas extrativistas. Seu apoio é importante para que o projeto Jovens Protagonistas continue formando jovens lideranças em defesa da Amazônia.
So yes, that was one of the examples of the type of stories that we hope we can see on Zobu very soon. The website is currently not fully launched. It is in testing phase. This means that it's not yet quite open to the public, but once this project launches and it's fully accessible online, we will let you know. You can follow us on Instagram and Twitter. As I said, since we haven't launched yet, these social media profiles are not quite active, but they will be. And definitely, if you join Action for Sustainable Development, which you can join in the URL that is on the screen, you will definitely receive an email once this website is ready for use. Thank you very much.
That's one example of the kind of material that we want to be able to create and support and promote around the world. And we really look forward to working with many of you. I know that many of you work directly with different communities that might also want to create similar kinds of content. So I think we are very much over time. And I really want to thank the UN Foundation for hosting us here today in this fantastic venue and for providing all of the incredible catering and support throughout this whole day. And I'd like to pass over now to Julie, who's going to close things for the day. Julie Cufford. Thank you, Julie.
So thank you, Ali, and I'll actually leave the actual closing to our senior VP, who will greet everyone on the Overlook area in just a minute. So I just want to say thank you to all of the partners, to everyone here as well for your contributions. And so we do have a reception set up for everyone just outside. So grab your things and make your way to the Overlook. There's a bar, some hors d'oeuvres, and we can continue the conversations that we've had here, continue to network, exchange business cards, and make connections across the different areas that we work on. But we'll have a bit of a short address by the UN Foundation Senior Vice President, Sophia Borges, is just a minute as well. Thanks so much, everyone.